So call the meeting of the West Newbury Selectboard to order for March 14th, 2022 at 7:25 p.m. This meeting is being broadcast on local cable TV and recorded for rebroadcast on the local cable, on the local cable channels and on the internet. The meeting is also accessible by remote participation with the following instructions for a Zoom meeting. Call-in phone number is 646-558-8656. And whether you're calling in by phone or coming through on the internet, the meeting ID is 869-4177-8822 with a passcode 874248. See, for Council on Aging meals, events, and activities, you can go to the town website for details. There's a bunch of stuff going on there, and there seems to be a lot of programming for Council on Aging now. So let me get to the okay. As always, we have a call for additional volunteers, and seems like there always are vacancies on a variety of committees. You can go to the town website, wnewbury.org/volunteer, to see what's available. It's a great way to contribute to the community, and look where it gets all of us. Yeah, so please think about it. There actually is also one, for whatever it's worth, there's one elected position for which nobody took out papers, and that's for a position on Parks and Rec. Papers were due today, so you can't pull papers anymore for signatures and submittal. On the other hand, hopefully somebody will run a write-in campaign. That's always a possibility. And you can subscribe to the town news and announcements at www.wnewbury.org/subscribe. Okay, so the first item A on our regular business agenda is for appointment of Susan Doherty to the Tree Committee. Hi, Susan. How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Great. Thanks for stepping forward for the Tree Committee. Did you have anything in particular that you wanted to say?
Other than my poem that I gave you?
Right, that's great. Would you like me to read the poem?
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna read you. So this is a poem by Susan Doherty years ago named Tree. I sit and study the tree and wonder what life has passed through its veins. The old gaunt body reaching out to all that surrounds it as if in protest to fate. Its beauty has not died with age, but improved like good wine. Glory still lingers in its limbs, generating maxims of life as if to say, look at me, I stand with yesterday. But tower with today, the future won't leave me. I still have purpose. And so it is. Very good. Nice.
Thank you. Well, no, I love trees. I've become very passionate about trees, and I know Fred, and I talked to him about it. And, I just would love to join the committee. I have planned on, I've taken pictures of 35, 36 trees in our town, and that have character and expression, and I plan on writing a book about all of them. And I'm going to write down my expression of what I think each tree is, and I'm going to have down on the lines people write what their expression, what they see in the tree. So I'm going to first post it on Facebook, just one particular tree. But I walk down River Road, and there, as you will, I mean, Wendy, you too. There are just so many trees that are interesting.
Yeah.
On River Road. I guess there's one very unusual tree called a tupelo. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, it's way down by the bridge. You go across the bridge and,
Well, there's
Or
one
another
by
one?
the cornfield,
okay,
by the cornfield. Fred's pointed that out on
Okay.
tour. So, anyway, that's my story.
nice.
It's a good
I didn't
one.
write a story, so I'm glad
Right,
I.
that's
wrote
okay,
a
that's
poem for you guys.
okay. The ad-libbing was good. So I don't,
So is this just through the end of the year, or what is Jim, what is the term?
It actually provides that committee member terms shall not exceed 3 years, but terms may be renewed. So I do think in the past, the appointments have typically been for 3 years. So we like to have the appointments, the terms run through the end of a fiscal year just for efficiency. So maybe you could either round down or round up. I don't think if you round up,
there's enough vacancies, but.
Oh,
I don't think anyone's gonna, you know. So you could go. the-
Well, wait, but technically, they're up to
But
3 years,
yes,
right?
so
So,
it shall not exceed 3 years.
so technically, we probably ought to go 2 years and 3 months.
Well, what
Yeah.
would you like, Susan? How long do you want?
Whatever works for
Okay.
you.
This is a long-term commitment on your part.
What is a long-term commitment?
I said this is a long-term commitment on your part. Okay.
Not as long as it is for the trees.
We want to be
Right.
able to count the number of rings you've been in.
Well, I have to see if I can communicate with the tree to see if it's okay.
You're right, you're right.
Getting that long. Anyway,
Okay,
let me know.
all right, great. So, I'll make
I
motion.
don't know if
Yeah.
you're making a decision now.
No, so I move that Susan Doherty be appointed to the tree committee through June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I go eat dinner now?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you so much.
Jim will send you a note about getting sworn in and open meeting.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
And we'll trip here. Oh, you are. Sorry. Yeah, nice talking to you too. Thank you.
Okay, next item is a special event permit request for the Newburyport Half Marathon, April 24th, 2022. And so the applicant,
He's
all right,
on the
let's
Zoom
go.
here.
Yeah.
That's me. I'm Chris Bernier. I'm here.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourselves?
Muted?
I don't think so. They don't show up as muted.
Oh, can you hear me?
Chris, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm here.
Wait, he just signed off. Oh, hi, Chris.
Oh, hey there. Can you hear me?
For some reason, you're still muted. We're trying to fix that, figure that out on this end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything's looking good on my side.
I got something. Now Chris shows up as muted. Oh, he did for a second. He showed up as muted. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Nope, can't hear you. Saw your lips move, but couldn't. And I'm not good at lip readings.
It's on our end though, because it's coming in clear.
It's
Okay.
coming in clear. Oh, okay.
I can hear him fine.
I can hear you, Chris.
Okay. You want to translate for me?
Oh, there we go. We got it for a second.
Well, yeah, the problem we're gonna have though is if this is what sends the sounds through that box into the cable.
Okay.
Replace that box because the one broke last week, so.
No, like somebody changed the knobs.
Replaced it. Do this. So, hey, Adam, are you listening?
We can't hear him.
Well, he's on mute, and he may just, I don't know if he's manning it or not. It might just be on, but I think we'll be able to hear Chris in this room,
Yeah.
but I don't know if
Anybody else
this is
will.
going to affect
Okay.
like his recording.
Okay. And I guess it'll happen with any other comments from.
Well, that's my concern,
My
yeah.
purse just grabbed it, I just wanna make sure it's in, 'cause this is the cord and purse just grabbed.
Yeah. Hey, Chris,
Yeah, I'm afraid to press any more buttons. Otherwise, I think I'm going to shut everything off. So I'm not going to touch anything.
Okay, we can hear you.
all right, let's just go with this. If this, hopefully it's not a problem with the recording for Adam, but we can hear you now, Chris.
Oh, super. Hello.
Great, hello. Yeah, so, Chris, you're organizing a half marathon starting Newburyport, Newburyport, in April 24th.
That is correct. Yep.
Pretty good sized crowd, 900 people.
Yeah, we're on track for probably between 850 and 1,000. And that's we did this exact same route in November, and we had about 800 people, and it seemed to work out pretty well. Same route. And when I spoke to the police in your town, everybody seemed happy with how everything went. Didn't seem to be any changes that we'd want to make. So we'd just like to repeat the formula in a nice little springtime race.
Okay, great.
We do go down some private roads, but we have explicit permission from them. We go and meet with them, and they've been very happy and very cooperative, and we make sure we leave it better than we found it, and so they have no problems with it. And then I get with the your police department, and we make sure that we have everybody where they belong, and people and cars don't meet, and it seems to go pretty smooth.
Yeah, the private road, I didn't even realize that it went through. Yeah, it's called Windy Ridge or.
Yeah, Windy Ledge and Poors Lane.
Yeah, Ford Lane is, that's a street, but, when you like to have,
Yeah.
see the sign on the other side on Middle Street, but I didn't realize it was a street.
Yeah, we put a sign warning people that's there, and and then there's an officer at Middle Street, and we always put we have volunteers on a lot of the corners, but in that particular case, I put a paid race crew person, just in case cars are just not expecting it, even though we put signs up there. And it seemed to work out pretty well last year. We didn't have any problems at either corner.
Great.
Any quarter potty's gonna be in West Newbury?
Yeah, we've actually put one right at the corner of Fours and Garden. And that's mostly, for obvious reason, we just don't want people, stopping in the woods, but particularly because we're using that private land, we really want to discourage people from, disrupting their property at all. So yeah, and they got there on, I believe they put them in on Saturday morning, but we zip tie them and then they get them out right away. I'll try to have them there shorter, but it's just 2. And then we put an aid station there as well, but it's all paper cups and we pick everything up. And like I said, we try to leave it better than we found it. And I think we accomplished that last time.
So the application says Browns Lane, is that here?
Oh, no, that's that we're across the street from that. We actually don't use that. There's another event that goes on in the fall that they use that as like a relay transition, but we don't do that. I've managed that one in the past, and I don't like doing the Browns Lane relay transit. It causes too much traffic. I just keep this one a pure half marathon, and we run them through, and we post cars and people on Rogers Road, and everybody seems to. I'm sorry, on Garden Road, and it seems to work pretty well. So now all we're hoping for is good weather.
Great, okay.
So should we change the application? Or should we care? Where is it? Number 8 on page 6 of the packet. Page- okay.
Oh, correct, yeah. Yeah, I suppose we ought to, you probably ought to correct that just for reference. So to the corner of Garden and which, the porta potty is the corner of Garden and which street?
We put the, I put it at the corner of Garden and Poors Ave, which is right across from Browns Lane.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. Oh,
And I do that because we have permission from them. I didn't ask permission for the Browns Lane people, but I asked from Poors Lane, so that's why I figured. And that's the way we're turning the runners anyway, so I'd rather kind of keep them on that side of the road.
Okay. Yeah, so it probably would be good just to make a note of that. We can revise that.
Yeah.
So I think in the past you probably asked if you considered any kind of a donation to a local nonprofit. You're a for-profit organization, correct?
I do pay my mortgage with this. I admit.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so in the past, you've probably been asked if you would consider a donation to a local nonprofit organization.
We would 100% support that and would love to do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
If you have any particular suggestions, we'll take them, but otherwise we will look for some in West Newbury. The owner of one of the homes on Windy Ledge does have one, and I believe we donated to it. I believe his son passed away in a war or something, and we donated to like a college fund for scholarships, but I'll have to double check that. But if it's not that, we're more than happy to donate any.
Yeah, okay, yeah. That's kind of unless anybody else has any recommendations, if you could take a look at, I'm sure it's easy to find, and maybe that's the right one that, but
yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah, because I was showing him the map and asking permission. I said, "Is there anything we could do?" And he's like, "Well, if you want to donate," I think we wrote a check to him right that moment. So, yeah, we're happy to do that. I mean, like I said, we're all trying to make a living, trying to make a buck, but I love giving back to the communities that let us use their roads. I love the Newburyport, West Newbury area. I happen to live in New Hampshire, but I spend a lot of time down there. But it's so we want to just go down and enjoy it and leave it better than we found it. So.
Great. Good. Anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve the special event application for the Newburyport Spring Half Marathon taking place April 24th, 2022. With the added proviso that the porta potty get removed as ASAP after the race.
And can I just make a friendly amendment that
Yeah.
The note on the application will be changed on this end to reflect it's on the porta potties on Brown or on Poors Lane as opposed to Brown.
Corner of Poors Lane and Garden Street.
Correct, yeah, great.
Do we want to add that a donation was made?
Sure, we could, yeah, if that makes sense. Boys got left that kind of.
Yeah, that's probably left informal. I think it's better. Yeah.
So does anybody track that? See what it-
Nope. We can talk about that.
Okay. I'll second now. Okay, any other discussion?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, Chris.
All right, well, I really appreciate it, and I look forward to see you guys in April.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you very much.
Bye.
Aye.
Okay, our next item is a request for a fee waiver or reduction for the rental of town, the town hall. I'm not sure if we're still talking about the town hall or maybe now talking about the annex.
We are talking about the annex.
Yeah, okay.
That's me.
Okay, hi, how are you?
Hi, I'm Liz Armano.
Hi, Liz, how you doing?
Hi, this is Samantha Miller. Yeah, so I own Hurt Players, and we are a small youth theater company that we serve the general area, West Newbury, Newburyport, some Salisbury kids. I don't have any restrictions on where the kids come from, they come from all over. And we've been around, we had 3 shows prior to the pandemic, and we were rehearsing in the Newburyport Youth Services building in Newburyport that is now condemned. So we have been trying to scramble and get our show up and get another show coming this spring. And we have been looking for a rehearsal space, and we're trying to find a new permanent home. But right now we've had people in the community trying to help. We've got you guys here. And we also have the Elks in Newburyport, where we're trying to juggle a few 2 locations in order for us to cover I think it's going to be 10 weeks of rehearsals. So there are a few dates that that we needed from you guys, and we had talked about maybe using the old city hall, but I guess something about heat, or I didn't really know what was going on with that, but they had offered the annex to us. So we have the last 2 weeks in March, and there was about 4 other dates. They were Thursdays that were scattered through, and that was what we have down for the request for 2 hours in the evening, 5:30 to 7:30, for the local kids in the area, and just to have a second home, I guess, in case we can fill we want to fill the schedule. So that's what we're looking for, and we were trying to have it at the same rate that the Newburyport Youth Services were charging us, which was $25 an evening, and that's what we had been paying for Newburyport. So that's why we put in for the request for that same, and the Elks has okayed that, and so that's why we're here for the West Newbury dates.
Okay. So the total number of dates you're asking about now, you said 2 weeks, and that's 2 weeks, so that's 4.
So that's
plus
4, and then there was another 4, but I think one of those is definitely booked. I had checked with Amy in the office, and she said one of the dates was not, but I have them on the application. There were 3 other dates for Thursdays that were just
So at this point, it's now 7 dates. Okay. Just so you understand the general rules, and obviously we're talking about doing potentially not following the general rules, but the general rules, I think, are limitation of 6 to a nonprofit. Is that?
Well, that's for a nonprofit, which I understand you're seeking that, but that's not in place. So yeah, right. So yeah, it would be, there's kind of a blanket waiver for the first 6 for a nonprofit, which is not applicable here. And then with a board vote for any waiver of fee above 6 uses per year.
Yeah. So are you, as far as becoming a nonprofit, you're assuming that would be?
Prior to the pandemic, we looked into it, but we have to have like a full board. We're a real small outfit.
Yeah.
I wear a lot of hats.
Yeah.
My husband wears a lot of hats. There's actually 5 people on staff.
Okay.
I've got a choreographer, a musical director, I'm the director myself, and then I also have a production manager that does all of my paperwork and things like that for licensing and things of that nature.
Yeah.
So we're really small. Like, we're a really small company. Well, our last show, we had about 38 kids, 36 kids. We're trying to, grow the company. But at this point we had looked into trying to become a nonprofit, but it was just, you have to establish a full board, and it was a lot at that point,
Yeah.
and we didn't have the ability to do it at that time. So it's definitely something we would like to do, but it's just at this point,
It doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense at this point for the size of us. We're really small, but we put on awesome shows.
So how, are the students already, or the participants already, has the program started?
Well, we have put out for auditions, yes, and that, to have this location, we already have it on the schedule.
Yeah, I had kind of taken a look. I knew they needed to get the audition space, so I didn't think, I said, I felt like at least for those couple of dates,
it would probably be okay just so they could move forward and then, you know.
Yeah,
with
the
the-
Elks is letting us in after April 1st, and in order for us to get the show in the dates, in order for us to do it, we were lacking 2 weeks. And that's why he had generously said, okay, let's just tentatively put it on so that I can have, in fact, those nights that we would be, the first week would be auditions for the kids to be coming in and auditioning for it. And then the week after, we do 1 week of rehearsals, which is 2 nights, and then we'd be moving to the Elks, and it's a couple more dates that we were looking for that they couldn't do because they had a blood drive going on those nights. So so we're trying to just find a home, and I know it's difficult scrambling between 2 locations, but it's the best we can do at this point because we don't have the building that we were using.
So does everybody that auditions get a part?
Yes.
And what is the charge for students who participate?
It's $285.
You know, one thing I was wondering is if you'd be willing to offer a scholarship to the rest of
We
the.
actually do. For some kids, we actually do. We've had some lower income families, and we always put that on our website. We do have an option for people that have need, and we have waived, we've waived tuition. We call it tuition because we educate. I'm a professional performer myself. I've been a musical theater performer for over 20 years, and I do professional work. I just was on a show they just closed 2 weeks ago. So they actually are getting an education. It's not just, oh, I like to put on shows. I'm actually a trained, performer. So the kids are getting educated on everything. And from, I'd love for you to come see one of my shows and you can see what I'm talking about. But we actually do, we have had some people with needs, and we have given away scholarships to kids to have free tuition. We have done that in the past. So we have it right on our website. So if there's anyone that has a need, we absolutely does that. But there's a lot of working parts that go into putting on a show. So like copyrights, just for getting the legality to have the show, is anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 just to have the script and put the show on legally. So, and then we have to do our rentals and our venue and our lighting and our staff and our props and our costume rentals and so there's a lot of moving parts to have a show put together. So it's a lot. It's not very profitable. It's what I love. That's what I do. And the older I get, the less I perform, and the more I want to give it to the kids so that they can work their way up. And I also have taught private voice lessons too for a long time, so I'm a singer. So it's my little forte, and I love court players, and that's what I do.
Again, I'm just trying to kind of set the perspective. So the current cost was, I think it's obviously much higher than what we proposed. Is it 150 or 180?
180.
It's 180
But that's
for
for like a long time frame too, isn't it?
Well, it doesn't specify. It's,
We're like in and out in 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay. And in the end, excuse me. In the end, you actually need seven nights.
I actually don't have the application. I'm sorry. I filled it out. I didn't make a copy for myself. I didn't make a copy for myself. I just sent it in, and I have all the dates on the back. And Annie told me that the 2nd of April is no longer available, and she said she's putting in for all the rest. So that was on the application.
I think it was on the original application, but this is updated to say the annex, and I don't see the date.
It was on the reverse side. Did they take it out? I put the new date.
Yeah, so see the back.
No, the back.
let me see if when Annie sent it to me, let me see if,
I have the dates on my website. If you guys want the specific, I know you said the 7th is no longer available. It's the 22nd, 24th in March, and then the 29th, 31st in March. And then there was a few dates. I have it on my website. next it says 14th of April, May 12th, and May 19th. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I don't have anything in my.
And how many
Yeah.
weeks?
Everything's 2 weeks in March.
How many weeks do you reach this year? Or I guess you don't know until
I
the.
don't know yet. It's hard to say. Like, I don't really look at specifically at, like, I know I've had kids from West Newbury in Kentucky, and I've got a couple kids that are coming out for the audition. I don't know none of the new kids, but they're all West Newbury. I have a 16-year-old coming, and I have a 14-year-old coming that are West Newbury kids.
So this is geared towards high school. I'm just
No,
wondering.
it's 8 to 18.
8 to 18.
So there's a lot of littles, and we've been out for 2 years, so a lot of the kids that we have had in the past are in college, and they're gone, or some, we were just starting over. We were a week out from putting on Annie before the pandemic, and that was our last
I'm gonna throw up.
way too old to be in, so we had to start over.
So, well, I got a proposal. How about if, what if we were to charge the, single time use rate, sort of giving you the benefit of doubt regarding your aspiration to become a nonprofit, and charge you for one non-resident night or 7 nights, with the stipulation that you would provide a scholarship for one West Newbury resident.
I don't know what the rate is.
Oh, it's up for $180. So seven times 25 would have been 175. So, but it's sort of like we're giving you the 6 nights as though you were a nonprofit, and then charging you $180 for
180 plus
one
the
night.
285 for.
I guess how do you, how does that fit? More an operation standpoint.
I would rather either take or leave the request as it's been presented. I feel like that gets a little,
Okay, well, in that case, we can do 7 nights at 25.
Yeah.
And that's only $5 difference. I was
Yeah.
trying to put it in perspective.
no, I understand the logic, but I also feel like about the scholarship that they've got a system that's kind of need-based. So I wouldn't want to kind of, I don't feel good about, like, I don't know, putting someone to the head of the line. We don't have the perspective on where the need is.
Yeah, the only reason why I was saying that is because it wasn't your taxpayers.
No, I understand the logic.
Or here.
I mean, if I could advertise at the school, I'd get a lot more kids from West Newbury. I'd love it. I'd love it,
Yeah.
Sometimes the schools are giving me a hard time. It's like an extracurricular, so sometimes I can't advertise, that we put flyers up and things like that, and we do social media and stuff.
Yeah.
I would never not want to take the kids, so. But
So is that?
Yeah, I mean, we get, sometimes we'll have different groups ask to post something to the website. Our blanket policies, we don't post, we don't put information on our website unless it's a nonprofit or a civic organization. So I wouldn't really, I mean, I feel like putting up flyers in town hall is no issue, or, but I would be leery of, sending out an email blast. As much as it's, I mean, I think it's a great purpose, but.
So I understand it.
Yeah.
I totally understand it.
Yeah,
We're starting over after 2 years. That's the thing too, is that we had a good group of kids, and some of the kids are like in college now, what I'm saying? So they're gone. So we are we're starting with 11 junior, trying to get younger kids to start being a part of the program, and then it grows. It always does. It always grows unless, their friends come and things like that. And it's great. At that point, if I'm looking for a permanent location, you know, that would be something if it was, you know, to do more scholarships. I understand that we have it set up right now for a need basis. And we've had young men from Lawrence that came out and were in our shows and they needed it and they got it, so.
Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think they addressed the, you know, the big issue of the heat and
Yeah.
town hall, so
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
Is this establishing a precedent?
Well, yeah, it is, probably.
So it's not allowing them to use the facilities, it's what they.
Correct. That's right.
So we're just trying to determine what the fair rate is, it's not whether we want to allow this
Correct.
for profit, which, yeah, or not, non-profit. So that's a better. Angus, do you have any suggestions?
I mean, I probably should recuse myself because my daughter's auditioning. So, I mean, I just, my mom is a musician, did youth theater. Like personally, I think it's great. I live in Newburyport. I've followed the news about the facility no longer being available. It's been a tough circumstance for a lot of, you know, youth services and the rec. And so I have a soft spot, so I shouldn't.
Okay.
He's getting I'm just kidding.
Well, now we know she's not getting it. I'll send her in a pseudonym and a wig.
How are these rates determined?
Well, that's part of, I mean, if I could speak frankly, I think it was all before I got here. So I don't know what thought, you know, I assume thought was put into it, but, you know, I think we all know that, you know, what needs to happen is we ought to cost out what it actually takes to make the spaces available. But they've been unchanged, you know, for several years. And,
Well, I'll tell you, one of the key is that we're getting so many requests, it was out of control. There was like 10 birthday parties every weekend, and we tried to, because we were such a good deal, we were getting so many people, it was overwhelming. So it's still a good deal, and we're not in the amusement park business, we're running the town government. And so we're trying to limit the number of people using the facility by raising the fees a little bit. That was the idea. Unfortunately, it didn't work.
Yeah. So this is kind of as opposed to a party, this is, you know, sort of a cultural / educational effort, and, you know, so that's a little bit different. Not a little different, it is different. I guess, and I hear what you're saying, what you said, I guess, about, you know, not putting finger on the scale for somebody here in town. But, you know, I guess it asks that you really make an extra effort to try to get more participation out of West Newbury, just so that the town is getting something in return for the tax, you know, resident taxpayer dollars. You know, and can't really say anything, what that should be definitively, you know, posting signs here, the town office building would be great.
I have one here.
And the library, you have in the library as well, right?
I don't have one in the library, I can do that.
Yeah.
And I think there's some music schools too that I can approach too to see if.
Yeah, there's one on Maple Street.
Yep, there's a couple of music schools that I can
Yeah.
try to,
Yeah.
you know, talk to them and see if they have any students that
Yeah.
I can absolutely do that.
Yeah.
And reach out.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if this would, how this interacts with, there is a, you know, Pentucket Fine and Performing Arts nonprofit that, you know, I think they are officially a nonprofit, that you might reach out to them and they, you know, they might be able to make their membership aware,
Right.
and maybe that would,
That'd be great.
Yeah.
That's great.
There's also cultural council.
Excellent. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I do like a lot of social things online.
yeah,
And a lot of the kids are on that, where I do have a theater connection one that we do post on. But definitely I have flyers that we can put up for sure.
okay, all right, so, I made a motion for, for those 7 nights, 7 days requested. Is there a second? Sorry. Any further discussion?
I mean, we can definitely note the kind of extraordinary circumstances of the facility in Newburyport becoming unavailable on very short notice. The circumstances of COVID and this kind of trying to rebuild a program that lost 2 years when it was only 3 years in. So this isn't an area where I think we have a lot of people coming in waving precedent. You're probably right, someone will, but I think we can make clear in the minutes that there were some.
Yeah, I personally think it really makes sense, but, we just have to be cognizant of the fact that there are taxpayers who pay for this, and they need to feel as though, they're
Their community is being-
dollar go up,
Absolutely.
watching expenses cost, so.
I hope we can build it so that I can pay full price. So that would be the goal.
I actually liked your thought of 180, at least that ties it to the rent fee schedule,
Yeah, it was the other part of that that I was a little uncomfortable with.
Well, then what do we do? Give them 6 nights.
I just charge them the 1 fee, it doesn't say, per event, it's a little vague, so.
It says, oh, that's right, it doesn't say.
That's interesting.
Everything else is. Oh, sure, okay, I'll buy that. Okay, so $180 then.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Thank you.
The second still stand. All in favor? Aye. Yeah. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. And if you guys, please come see the show and I'll wave your time. You'll get you students seated. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. For $180.
We charge by the hour here.
Okay, next is the, planning board, and, okay, hi, how you doing? This is discussion of the MBTA communities legislation, and, possibility of applying for a one-stop grant to support an evaluation of how, if we can adhere to the legislation. Oh, hi, Tim.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity here. I'll defer to Leah though. Leah has a good presentation and I might make a few comments if that's all right. And I believe the board has our written proposed comments, right?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do a screen share now so those of you on Zoom can see the slides.
Yeah. Do you have Leah's presentation, Angus?
Yep.
Awesome. We'll start with that. Okay, I'll let Leah lead us.
Okay. Thanks for having me. So the multi-family districts for MBTA communities, it was part of the economic development bill that was enacted in January of 2021. So it's already in place. It was approved. And basically, it requires one zoning district of reasonable size in which multi-family housing is permitted as of right. And I'll get more into detail on that in the next couple of slides. So tonight I'm here to give an informational briefing on draft guidelines promulgated by DHCD. And the presentation is based on what we've been told so far and have read so far. We've been attending webinars, reading FAQs, and attending meetings as well on this. So, and also this briefing is a requirement for remaining in compliance with the law in 2022, and that's the calendar year. It's December 31st, 2022. So there is opportunity for public comment, and those comments go directly to DHCD, and I'll give you the web link at the end. DHCD has a web page for MBTA communities, and there is basically a button you click to provide comments. So,
Do you want to start here or skip ahead?
yeah, I just want to say, these are 2 slides we've been provided.
Leah, can I just ask you one question about that?
Yeah,
So did the legislation come up with the specifics of the requirements for individual towns, or in which case commenting to DHCD would be kind of irrelevant? But if DHCD came up with the actual specifics of the regulations, then maybe commenting to them would have some effect. So do you know how that would work?
yes. So there are 3 provisions in the law. Well, we can skip ahead because these 2 slides are just, speaking to the housing crisis.
There's a mismatch between supply and demand.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's well documented and well understood.
Yeah,
That goes back at least 20 years. It worsens by the year.
It does. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, this is the legislation and what the legislation requires. And so one of the requirements is that it has a community established zoning district that has at least 1 district of reasonable size, and multifamily housing is permitted as of right with no age restrictions and must be suitable for families with children. When they're talking about district of reasonable size, and this is applicable to all communities, you need to provide a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. The district size isn't established until you get to the regulations. So that's something you can comment on, and that drives the density you have to provide.
Okay.
So, and then we talk about located no more than 0.5 miles from a commuter rail station, subway station, ferry terminal, or bus station, if applicable. And for West Newbury, if applicable, applies to us because we don't have any of those in town, but we are adjacent to communities that have those services. So what DHCD is asking for comments on is the draft guidelines that kind of further guide, communities on what's needed in the district. And another point here that's got to be made, and the state just reiterating this, it's a zoning mandate that the town or cities and towns, there's 175 of them that are considered MBTA or us, considered MBTA communities, and we're required to provide this type of housing as of right. Rezoning. It's not a mandate to have those units actually produced. We have to allow for them to happen, if developers come in and want to develop this type of housing. And also, when we're talking about multifamily, the guidelines define a multifamily as a building with 3 or more residential dwelling units or 2 or more buildings on the same lot with more than 1 residential unit in each building. Right now, we don't permit that as of right in town. So if we go to the next slide, we've got the tenets of the draft guidelines, which are open for comment. So the period for public comment closes on March 31st. It's the 14th now, so there's a couple of weeks. And some of the draft guidelines include categorizing West Newbury as an adjacent community, which is an MBTA community with no transit station within its border or within 0.5 miles of its border. So we talked about the gross density in the last slide, that a reasonable size would have a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. So the guidelines go further and they require a minimum unit capacity of 10% of the existing housing stock. But they also require a minimum gross density, which is 50 acres at 50 units per acre, which is 750 units. So the 10% for an adjacent community, we have 1,740 units in town, according to the MBTA community's website. So 174 units would be, what we would be required to have, but we are tied to the minimum gross density requirement, and that's where we get to about 750 units on 50 acres.
So what determines which one of those criteria?
It says the greater, it says the
It really is
greater.
the greater of. The minimum amount of units that any community can have is 750. Yep, there are other communities that, have higher amounts, and you'll see that on the next slide.
So if we had more than 7,500 housing units, then we go to 10% of existing housing stock.
If we're an adjacent community, if we're like a commuter rail community, it's like 25%. But
Quick question, Leah. It says district. Could it be multiple districts comprised of 50 acres?
there is a contiguity requirement. And you can have sub-districts within your district.
Okay, but
I think there's a 25 acre minimum contiguous area, as I
For the
recall.
contiguity.
You say that again, Tim, please?
Yeah, I think there's a 25 acre minimum contiguous area that's required, and then you're right, it can be other areas within the town. But I think there has to be at least a 25 acre minimum area, as I understand it.
Yeah.
But you could do it with 125 acre area and then, 3 7.5 acre units or 3 8.5 acre units or something. I mean, yeah, you could do it with other smaller designated areas.
So we have to be careful also for adjacent communities. They ask that you cite your district in an area that is walkable, or that, there's a concentration of housing already, or your downtown area, or maybe it's, closer to a transit station.
I was gonna say it has to be like on a route towards a transit station or something along those lines, or
It needs to follow the state smart growth principles, which we're all familiar with, I'm sure.
There's one other thing, Leah, just before we get off the slide, that may be worth mentioning, the gross density definition. I think it's in the zoning act, and I think this accounts for any non-residential use within the area. So if there's any commercial space like within this area, I think rights of way and any recreational space, I think that doesn't count. So it adds more of a burden as far as the area that you'd need to comply.
And you'd also have to discount areas that aren't developable.
Yeah, so wetlands, steep slopes, water bodies.
Yep, and, we believe, land with conservation restrictions or other legal restrictions. They say, that we're not clear yet on infrastructure. They mention it in the guidelines, but then in the FAQ, they say, try to select a site. When you're selecting a site, try to site in an area where it's more feasible to have, a treatment area or access to public water or good water supply. So it's,
And it also references the state Title V program, which would be great for a town that, has a public sewer system and then, other areas that aren't connected. But, obviously for West Newbury, it's particularly burdensome because we don't have any public sewer system that's accessible.
and so we're not, the FAQ indicated we're not required to provide it, but, we can locate somewhere if it's possible, we should. They also indicated, the state has funds for if a community wants to do a public infrastructure project. Sometimes developers partner with towns and the state involved, it's really up to a developer really to see a feasible project and come. So this is just, these are the Merrimack Valley planning commissions, cities and towns. And so you can see the adjacent communities, the rural communities, and that's pretty much what we have for designations. You'll see a number of us, are subject to the minimum, 5 in total, including us. So at the end of the guidelines, they indicate that communities that are not in compliance with the legislation, what grants and programs we won't be eligible for. So housing choice, MassWorks, and local capital projects funds. To date, the town has received a $1 million grant for the bridge project. We haven't done housing choice. So I believe I was looking at the guidelines for this year. I believe there's a chance we could be eligible to do that. But if we don't have a district, we won't be eligible. And then local capital projects funds, I'm not familiar with that.
And then there is language, as I think you guys know, that there's some language in there that gives them a toehold for other grant programs. So this is what they've specified, but there could be others that become ineligible for communities that don't comply.
Right.
So I don't know the details of the housing choice community grants or the local capital projects funds. Is anybody?
So housing choice community grants fund a lot of different planning initiatives. In last year's or this year's awards, they were master plans funded, housing production plans, but there are other grants as well, community planning grants, rural small town development grants. So yeah, housing choice provides a lot. I'm not familiar with the third one.
Have you heard of that one?
I have never heard of it referred to in that way, so no.
But let's be reasonable to build, to deal with the infrastructure for 750 units of housing would cost the town
$50 million.
10 orders of magnitude more than any of these grants.
Another way it could happen, you know, project by project within the district, by developers coming in, like Chip Hall did on Daily Drive. So they propose a package treatment, you know, and then build units. Whether or not they can get to some capacity that the state wants, I don't know, but it's possible. It could be a 30-unit development, like Daily Drive or Ormsby or, you know, Ocean Meadow.
I mean, that's one of the questions Lee and I have spent a fair amount of time talking about is how is the state going to know that these districts comply or don't comply? If the town is saying, you know, this is zoned as of right, but in fact, there's wetlands, in fact, there's steep slopes, in fact, there's deed restrictions, in fact, there's no infrastructure. How's the state going to know that? I did a lot of consulting work under 40R, which is the only thing that's even close to this in terms of precedent. And I walked Leah through the application that the towns had to go to, where you had to document all of these things with maps, with exhibits. I mean, it was a really rigorous process because you had to prove it was as of right, and you had to prove to the state that there wasn't some other bylaw or regulation out there that you're saying it's as of right, but it's really not. The zoning had to be all inclusive. You couldn't have other regulations apply unless they were specifically cross-referenced in your 40R bylaw or ordinance. So we've kind of scratched our head around how's the state gonna, you know, from sitting there in Boston without that same kind of due diligence, how are they going to know that this district shown on a map, in fact, is as of right and buildable? So we've kind of speculated that we think it's probably not been fully thought through by the state because we don't think they have the manpower to process that number of applications.
Well, it's pretty clear it hasn't been very thoroughly thought through because any small community, I mean, there probably are another 100 small communities in town, in the state, that are in a similar boat to us. It's maybe not another 100, it's only 175 of these, but there's probably another 50 that are in the same boat we are. There's no way to make this work.
So on the infrastructure piece with 40R, you had to say that the infrastructure either was in place or could be practicably upgraded to accommodate what you were saying was the allowed build out. So how do they do that here? In 40R, that was often solved with a development agreement with a specific landowner, who was agreeing to make X, Y, and Z capital investments, whether that's in water and sewer, roads, whatever. We don't see the same framework here, but how do you say it's as of right when in fact no one could do it? So we have a lot of questions about it.
Yes. So if you go to the next slide, this talks about the timeline we have for implementation. As I mentioned, the public comment period ends on March 31st. On May 2nd, in order to remain in compliance, community submits a community information form, and it's pretty basic information, including checking on a box that this briefing occurred. You know what I mean? You
also have to designate who's the local official responsible for seeing to it that this gets done. So unless you want.
It is definitely plan function.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can draw straws. We can do a turkey leg, little drum, whatever, wishbone.
Things like that. All right, so you can see the deadlines here. town will have to do its due diligence, I think, to go through the exercise and see if it's feasible or not, show the state. And so that's going to be an effort, and we do need resources because we don't have it in-house. And so that leads me to the next part of our agenda item, which is the community one-stop with growth portal. It's that the state has. It's a single application portal and collaborative review process. And it basically is a simple, actually, so there are two steps. The first one is to submit an expression of interest for a project. That is due Thursday or Friday. It's March 18th. And it's a simple form that allows an applicant to seek guidance from EOHED, Executive Office of Housing and Economic Development, and their partner agencies. So there's a number of different programs that will be looking at this expression of interest. And the benefit of doing it is guidance to strengthen your application if you decide to make it. And also you can opt in to be referred to other programs the state offers if the one you're applying to doesn't, fit exactly, or the funding's not, they don't have enough funding for all the applicants. The expression of interest is optional. If you submit one, you're not required to apply for the grant. If you don't submit one, it doesn't mean you can't apply for the grant. So they allow 2 project proposals at this point. So one of them, we're hoping to get authorization from you for technical assistance. Submit an expression of interest for technical assistance for the MBT communities. And, the timeline showed an action plan is due on December 31st. So, grant awards are in June or so. So it would be great to have a consultant, in place to help us do that. And, in talking with MVPC and MHPC and some of the other communities in Merrimack Valley, some of the analysis we think that will be needed and we need help doing is the analysis to identify developable land to show that we could meet that unit capacity of 750 units, citing the district, considering what we found is developable, where infrastructure might be more feasible, and so forth. And then to do some visual modeling, which would inform later decisions on, design standards or dimensional requirements. So the modeling would show different types of developments on different sites in town, and people could react, and then we move from there. So,
So I assume there's a limited number of consultants that provide that service and a hot demand for them.
there is a hot demand. And, I think they're following this as closely as we are.
But also the rules are probably in flux. So from the DHCD, they just started this in the process, and they're gonna know what they want in 5 months or whatever. That's hard to believe too.
Yeah, they said from the March deadline for expressions of interest.
No, not the.
Oh, I'm sorry, the grant,
The
the grant.
DHCD will know what they really want by the end of the year. too.
Right, so comments on the draft, the comment period ends at the end of March. And so they've said they're gonna take March till May or June. And May or June would come up with the final.
That's not a lot. I think you're right. That's not a lot of time.
I work
Yeah,
with
just delivering
DHCD on other
information.
things that is glacial.
So, yeah,
I think they say summer on their website now. They said the guidelines to be finalized summer of 2022.
it's interesting, they coordinated the community one-stop grant deadlines with MBTA communities. And so they're encouraging the MBTA communities to take advantage of this.
So are we just like going to learn what we already know? I guess that's the question.
We think the answer is yes, but without having some documented process to arrive at a conclusion, we think, we know where we stand with water infrastructure in terms of capacity. We know there's constraints and that something like zoning as of right for 750 units isn't going to pass the straight face test. But if we just sit there and say that, that's not, how's that going to be perceived by a state agency that's looking at this in a very punitive way?
No, my only question is, so that then when we tell them that, is that any better than just they're just gonna, well, okay, well, you don't qualify for those other grants. So they're just gonna say that anyway.
They may. Yeah, we may find that the due diligence brings us to where we thought it would bring us, which is that it's not going to be feasible to comply. So it's a matter of what level of investment do we want to make to look at it in a serious way, and that's why we're here.
Would the grant from the other agency that didn't have the acronym on that one, but is it matching, or what would we have to throw in, or how does that work? Do you know?
They don't require a match. They certainly encourage, some contribution, but they don't require a match. So they're offering $75,000 for planning and zoning projects under the Rural Small Town Communities Grant. But they might find that we are better suited for the community planning grant or a different grant. I looked at all the different grants that were assigned for the same types of projects for this year. Yeah, I think that the amount of available funding per program, kind of.
With the maximum grant amount similar between the different programs? Did you notice that?
Yes, for master plans, 75,000 is what people were receiving, or towns were receiving for this fiscal year. Yeah. So the last slide, which we'll put this presentation on the website. You can view the draft guidelines. Nice. This is for public comments. Public comments.
I'm there tomorrow. Or right now.
And also, so Kim is here, the planning board drafted or put together a draft comment letter to share with.
Yeah, we really had three objectives for tonight's meeting. One was the presentation. Thank you very much, Leah. The second was to discuss whether to go after the expression of interest for the one stop. And then the third was to get any input on the draft comments the planning board had put together, see if the select board was interested in either signing on to them, potentially supplementing them in some way, or whether you want to do your own comments. So that was the third thing we hope to get out of tonight's discussion.
Angus, would it be helpful if we put those up?
Sure, yep.
I can run through those quickly, I think. So thanks again for the opportunity to present these. So the planning board had a couple of sessions. We spent a lot of time, obviously, looking over the guidelines, and Leah has spent a real lot of time, done a great job with outreach to other planners and MVPC, just to try and organize all the different perspectives that could be brought to this. So the first item is just identifying West Newbury as an adjacent community. And we're considered that despite the fact that we really have no MBTA services. And I think that's an important point. As Leah pointed out in the statute, it talks about if there's a transit or bus station, rail station in your community as applicable, and we're certainly not in that position where we are within walking distance to any sort of MBTA facility. I think it's about 8 miles from the town center to the Newburyport train station. And then we've already talked about some of these factors that are in item number 2 about our limited ability to comply with the law due to limited infrastructure, so the sewer, the nature of the soils regarding septic system capacity, the limited public water supply, which I know is a real concern and remains a concern. The town's made a lot of investments to try and improve the position, but it's still not the best. The fact that the water supply infrastructure also, in addition to the supply itself, is at capacity. There are large tracts of land devoted to agriculture and open space that the town and its residents really value, and obviously people from out of town really value, because we're quite visited in our public spaces now, and renowned in the area for the amount of open space that we've been able to set aside. And it's been an effort involving many generous residents and the Greenbelt and other resources, and it's obviously helped protect water resources, and it's really provided for a beautiful community where people value open space. The guidelines themselves, and this is where I think we can distinguish between the law and the guidelines. The law was very general and high level, as you saw. It talks about establishing a reasonable district for the multifamily housing. The guidelines, however, they define that district, as you saw, as a minimum of 50 acres. And these are guidelines. These aren't regulations. And, from the legal space, I'm sure they're enforceable in some fashion, but they're not the same as regulations, and they don't go through that rigorous process that state regulations go through when they're brought forward in draft form and comments are filed. This is a less formal process, and so it's still very much, I think, worth submitting comments, but it's just not clear to me how seriously DHCD has taken some of these comments based on the FAQ responses that have been posted so far. The area, as I said, I believe it's required to be at least 25 contiguous acres. And I think if we did engage a consultant, one of the things that they would do is trying to identify areas that would potentially in the future support this type of multifamily housing capacity. there's really no acknowledgement for the lack of infrastructure that's in a community. And this, I think, is glaring, and it's distinguished, I think, as Angus indicated, from the 40R program, where at least infrastructure is taken into account. The requirement for 750 residential units, that again was not in the law. That is created by the DHCD guidelines. The law said 15 units per acre, but it didn't say it had to be a 50-acre parcel. And as we talked about, the 750 units represent 43% of our current number of residential units. And so on small and rural communities, this is a huge burden when compared to other communities that have existing infrastructure, that have the MBTA service. Some are able to nearly make, to the best that we can figure out, nearly make the requirements that are set forth in the law without hardly doing anything. All they would do is create a new district in areas that already have satisfied this density requirement for multifamily housing. So they wouldn't, add any incremental housing, or if they do, it's going to be a small amount. Whereas in a rural town like ours, it would require a lot of infrastructure upgrades and a very large area probably to be set aside. You can skip to the next page, please. And then this is, I think, something that maybe Wendy was getting at. The 10% requirement for the addition of the multifamily homes in adjacent communities seems like a reasonable requirement. At least it's somewhat achievable, but that's not the standard. It's the greater of, this 50-acre area, or the 10%. And so that's how we ended up with 750 residential units. It's the 50 acres times the 15 units per acre. So, here we talk about an area based on 10%, that would be 11 acres, for example. However, the 750 unit mandate would require an area 4 times that size. And then I think it's worth commenting on the sanctions that are in the law that unfortunately are in the statute. They're not just in the guidelines, they are in the statute too, where there'd been ineligibility for these programs, as we talked about. Really unfortunate, because these are the type of programs that I think could help develop infrastructure, help develop housing. And yeah, I think those cover the high points. So any questions on those draft comments?
Tim, I just wanted to say that the planning board did a great job. When I read it, I thought it was excellent.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was certainly a team effort. Thank you. And Leah did as I say, a really great job putting this together too.
My only comment is just, so this is, the 750 units doesn't even, that's the housing units, and so and they are anticipated to be multifamily units. So I just picked a number. Say the family was 3.5 persons per unit times 750. That's 2,600 people. So that's more than, that would add 50% to the existing population of the town, just with complying with this. It's an incredible amount of people.
And it is, and the burden on schools, the additional public services that would have to be offered to serve those type of folks. The state talks about this as creating additional capacity and not actual additional housing, which is I find it kind of confounding the way that they talk about this. As if it's kind of a theoretical thing that you put out there, but in point of fact, if we were to create this district and it got approved in town as a new district where it could be an overlay, for example, the developer could come in and say, well, you know, by right, I can construct 15 units per acre, you know, on this particular district. And you can imagine, you know, how that would compare to what we have out there for density now. So it is a huge change. You know, there'd be a lot of new students in town, a lot of services that'd be required. It would really change the community a lot.
Another thing that's really remarkable, I think it's remarkable, is there's no acknowledgement to the realities of local municipal government and how it works. Because if there was a zoning bylaw proposed at town meeting, it would have to pass by a 2/3 majority. And although, you know, DHCD seems to think they're holding the gun to our head with the 3 types of grant programs, I don't think town meeting would perceive the same thing. And I don't know how that would ever pass at town meeting. I just, right. You know, it's ludicrous.
Yeah, it seems to be not a lot of incentives, right? And not a lot of paths to how this would actually work. It's just sanctions if the district isn't created.
Add something, part of the bill in 2021 was to reduce the voting threshold at town meeting to a simple majority as opposed to super majority for initiatives that create housing.
So zoning bylaws can now be 51%.
Can I ask a question? This is John Dodge.
Sure, please, John.
Hi, everyone. Great job, Tim. I found your document very concise and clear, and so it really helped me. And nice job, Leah, to get a better understanding of this. Can somebody succinctly explain how this relates to affordable housing and what we might try to do with affordable housing?
It doesn't.
Want to take a shot at that, Leah? You want me to take a shot at it? It's really unrelated, unfortunately, John. That's a question that has come up quite a bit, and there is no relationship between this law and the affordable housing law in Massachusetts. So it's not like, you know, the folks that you know would be eligible for these additional residential units would have to satisfy the state's criteria, you know, for affordable housing. That there's an FAQ, as I say, that's on the state website that talks about that. And it basically says that, well, you know, we think that housing will become generally more affordable in Massachusetts and will help everyone, including those folks that would qualify for affordable housing, just by the sheer addition of the volume that would be associated with, you know, tens of thousands of additional units coming on the market, particularly in Eastern Massachusetts. So it's not really, to answer your question, it's not really related to the affordable housing program, program.
It just seems if we were going to do both, it's going to get really complicated.
Right.
The town does have the inclusionary housing bylaw, so that would.
But that's by special permit.
For a special permit, so it wouldn't apply.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as far as the numbers go, meeting the requirements here wouldn't go towards the 10% safe harbor, for example, under the 40B law.
Leah, did you get any sense from people you've spoken with whether DHCD is paying attention to these comments, or possible they would change the guidelines in response? I mean, I haven't.
No, you know, I've heard the comments made by other communities, small and large. I've made my own comments, and they're answered in the FAQ, and it's clear that
they're not interested. Yeah.
I mean, that would be a good question to ask though about the affordability where we have a 10% inclusionary bylaw. Right now, it requires a special permit for developments above a certain unit threshold. What if the town were to make that applicable to every development without special permit? For every development above a certain size has to require 10%. Would that be enforceable in a district like this? That would be a good question to ask to kind of make them show their cards of, are they really saying that these are all market rate units? Because that just is so inconsistent with everything we've been hearing from the DHCD for decades.
And actually in the FAQ, they do address that. I don't know if they answer, but they do say you can require affordable units in a district, but it can't make projects infeasible.
Yeah.
That, you know,
Uneconomic, yeah.
So, yeah.
Which again, you know, to use the 40R analogy, the way they determine that, because it's always a question, how do you determine what's economically feasible at the zoning stage, which is years, maybe even a decade or more before the development stage. They would look to a letter from the landowner or developer stating that they have reviewed the proposed bylaw and regulations and find that it would not render a project uneconomic. DHCD would take that as evidence that it was not economic. So if you did a district in the isolation of not having a developer identified, it was more like DHCD had to make a judgment call. Is the sum total of these regulations so much that it's going to make the project infeasible? It was always a little squishy.
Of course, the other thing we have in town is we have, as of right, you can put a duplex on the property too. So we have multifamily capacity right now.
Yeah, there are a number of different multifamily scenarios that zoning allows, but through a special permit from the planning board. So one by right type of multifamily is the two family.
Which I guess if there was enough of the residency district land in town, you could get up to four units per acre.
Yep.
You know, with two duplexes each on a just under half acre lot. Yeah. But that doesn't exist. That land doesn't exist.
So I think the idea for the planning board putting these comments together was to, I think, encourage submission of comments, by the March 31st deadline. So, I don't know how the select board would like to proceed on that.
Well, I mean, I think if you're are looking for the select board to co-sign this with you, I speaking for myself, I think that would be a good idea. Archie, your thumbs up. Yeah, so maybe it looks like we would happily co-sign it with you with the planning board.
That sounds great, Rick. And I think that we probably should update the comments along the lines of what Angus suggested, just about the affordable housing aspect too. Even though that other folks have commented on that, I think that's definitely a worthwhile comment. So, maybe we work on an updated joint comment letter.
Has anyone heard any discussion through MMA regarding this? There are probably, I threw out the number 50, maybe it's not that many, but it could be as many as 50 other MBTA communities that would be in a somewhat similar boat to us.
Probably more, honestly. Out of 175 total communities, it's probably more than 50 that are in a similar.
Yeah,
boat.
I was trying to pick sort of similar size, but yeah, I don't, but there is a listing of all those communities. It would just be interesting to see what's going on in the background communication between other communities, because at some point, we may have to join together to get political clout in order to get response, because DHCD, they run their own game, it seems, and they don't seem to listen much to comment. And mean, the legislature passed it, I don't know what they're, I don't know if they were sleeping when they did it, or, you know, not thinking about the actual communities. But it seems to me that we need to try to ally ourselves as much as possible with other communities, you know, that have a, it's, you know, somewhat similar situation.
Yeah, I did participate in the interview webinar.
Yep.
And the chat was just like, you know, town after town.
Yeah.
How do they do this? Yeah. So, I mean, there is a lot, but I don't know what that would mean then. Yeah.
Well, I mean, we all have state senators and reps, and you know, ultimately, they're probably who we need to try to list here.
So this place, just so you know, so this places like Ashby, Townsend, Ashburnham, so those are not central inside 128 communities. So I'm just like looking at the map. Paxton, that's a small town.
What number did you say? Jay?
Yeah, I know.
176.
I'm just looking at a map. So Upton, I never even heard of that one.
My mom lived in Upton years.
Okay.
It's a nice
How many
town.
people live there?
Not a lot.
Okay. Medway.
They did have some mills, so
Bellingham,
they probably
there's
have
some-
infrastructure.
There's some tiny ones.
There's also some tiny ones within that inner loop as well, like I talked to Lee about Nahat, like I don't know how Nahat's going,
Right.
and their compliance
Right,
level
right.
is
Beach
much-
houses.
much
But
higher
the
than ours.
Hunt is not in I'm sure that the bus service goes up.
Yes. So their
But
number
they're
is
in
higher.
Swampscott. I think there's a train station in Swampscott.
Yeah.
Wenham, places like that,
Yeah.
Hamilton. So their
The
numbers. are
train
bigger.
goes right through.
Yeah, but their numbers are bigger,
Yeah.
so like they have higher of a compliance number.
Right, 25%.
Yeah.
And Hamilton has, oh, you mean they have to meet 25%, right, yeah.
Because they have a train
They're about
station.
7,500 people, they're not that much bigger than us.
Yeah, the MAPC did a presentation that I found online in January, and they said that there are 28 towns where the effective capacity that's required is greater than 25% of what they have now. And 4 communities with effective capacity, there would be more than 50% increase required. So we're in the greater than 25%, but we're not in the 50%. And I think that a number of those are the ones that Archie
Do we want to
mentioned.
vote to endorse this? I think we need to.
Yeah.
Okay, so just gotta get that off the table. I move that we would endorse the letter that was produced by the planning board.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you.
And then what about the grant?
Oh, yeah, yeah, and we applied for the one-stop grant.
What's the letter?
Yeah, as the particular one that you described.
Technical assistance or MBTA community compliance.
Okay,
Um,
wait a second, all in favor?
Aye.
While I have you, there are 2 projects that we can do an expression of interest for. And at our last stormwater working group meeting, we were talking about a project MVPC is doing for the cities and towns with greenscapes, and it's a review of municipal bylaws and regs. It's at no cost to us. But they are specifically looking at current street and parking lots.
What kind of parking lot?
Current streets and parking lots, I'm sorry, to determine, whether the regs meet the federal standards. They're looking at reduction of impervious surface and LID principles, and seeing, how can our bylaws and regulations, are they, meeting, the current standards, or do they have recommendations for things we can do? So at the end of June, we're gonna receive a report on that. And so we were discussing, well, how do we make it, incorporating these things happen? Will they produce a red line for us? So then we can, bring it to the town and town meeting. The project doesn't go that far. It goes as far as it can. So we were just discussing these, but we also have some other tasks, I guess you'd say, related to our new stormwater bylaw. And that is reviewing
somewhat against the advice of the administration of Marioble.
Make sure there is compliance, or no, not compliance, that they don't conflict with each other. So that's a review of everything and kind of redlining through to make sure, nothing conflicts with the new stormwater bylaw. And we also still need to do, and this is probably quick, but it's a review of the illicit discharge detection and elimination regulations of the Board of Health for the same thing, to make sure they're up to par with the current standards. So, we'd like to float the project with an expression of interest for grant funding to move ahead with this in FY23. So I just wanted to bring it to you to see if you'd support that.
What was I didn't understand the first one.
The first one,
Yeah.
the project with MVPC.
The roads and parking lots, what's it talking about?
In terms of stormwater, handling stormwater.
Oh, handling stormwater.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, looking at it through that lens, our regulations and bylaws up to par with what the federal government requires.
And with that potential output from that, change parking lot standards to, the semi-permeable or partially permeable surfaces and parking lots and things like that for, to absorb stormwater, or what would that be kind of?
Most likely, possibly, MVPC has access to this, it's like a spreadsheet where they input data, from our bylaws and regulations to see if we're up to par. So I'm not sure exactly what their recommendations will be, but that's,
Yeah, I mean, our concern is we end up, if we get a report that's like, oh, this is great, you should do this, you should do that. What we really need is what Leah's saying, like, okay, let's get to the red line, like, because otherwise, and Leah's got the skill to do that. She doesn't have the time to do it. So it was kind of a natural where you can go after two different projects with this one stop. That would be something that would advance something we have to do anyway. So we thought.
Isn't our stormwater bylaw pretty much based on?
It is. The issue is all the other.
Should have been anyway, and we didn't make it up on a whole.
No, it's not about the bylaw. It's about the whole rest of the zoning as well as the subdivision regs. And to make sure it's all cohesive as a whole. Which efforts were made to do that, but we don't know what's going to come out of this new report. And I will say, the work that was done leading up to the bylaw and the consultant, I mean, I don't think they went quite as far with that as we kind of kept pushing them to do in terms of really digging into the rest, like the subdivision rules and regs. Like it takes a lot of hours to do that. And
Yeah. So we're going for two different one-stop grants, in fact, our chances for either one.
Well, we will be, they'll be, put in with the, the other competitors. So yes, we'll be competing against ourselves and others.
but part of the idea, as I understood it, of the expression of interest is that they get some feedback on how they like these ideas. And if it looks like one's, a winner and, from the state standpoint, in terms of what they want to fund, then we wouldn't need to apply for two grants. We'd just be getting feedback on two different ideas.
or they could refer us, give a referral of us to DEP for, some of their grants or something like that. That's one of the benefits of the portal too.
So is it a big effort to generate this expression of interest?
No.
No, the expression of interest is very, very, it's,
Like 2 pages.
yeah.
And the bullets, if it's bullet points that I discussed with you all tonight,
Yeah,
put them together.
yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. I think that's Angus going to have it. It brings us farther along. Points in the direction of what we're doing. Yeah, so I believe that we agree.
Thank you.
To pursue the expression of interest. Discussion. All in favor? Aye. Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Leah.
Leah.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Leah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
Well, thank you. Thank you all.
Next, I'm going to go grab water. Next, we have the Conservation Commission with proposed wetland bylaw.
This is sent today.
Yep.
Hi, Judy. How are you?
Michelle put together a slide presentation, but before we do that, I want to have a couple of introductory comments here. We received some extensive comments sometime over the weekend, which were forwarded today. And the bylaw is on our agenda for our next meeting, which is next Monday. And we will be discussing those then. Have not had an opportunity to really look at them carefully. And probably schedule another meeting solely to address bylaw concerns. But there is one comment that I do want to respond to. We'll respond to the comments in writing, but there was a view expressed that the bylaw would violate state statutes and constitutional provisions of the Commonwealth. And I just wanted to refer the select board to the constitutional amendment, Article 2, Section 1 and Section 6, which allow for the adoption of home rule bylaws and ordinances, as well as Mass General Laws, Chapter 43B, Section 13, which addresses the adoption of bylaws. And basically they're saying that anything that is not inconsistent with state law is permitted. The Supreme Judicial Court in Massachusetts has addressed the bylaw in Dennis and said that we have specifically held that Chapter 181, Section 40, which is the Wetlands Protection Act, sets forth minimum standards only, leaving local communities free to adopt more stringent controls, as well as a Massachusetts Appeals Court decision that quotes that same language. When a municipality adopts a bylaw or ordinance that is consistent with the Wetlands Protection Act, but that imposes more stringent controls than the standard set by the legislature, the local requirement trumps what is required under the Wetlands Protection Act. And that is addressing North Andover. And finally, any bylaw that the town adopts is reviewed by the Attorney General's office for compliance with state constitutional and statutory provisions. And any number of communities have adopted bylaws that are as, in terms of purpose, are very much like the bylaw that we are proposing. The bylaw that we're proposing is draft was based on the Massachusetts Association of Conservation Commission model bylaw. And a number of communities have used that and made some various other provisions, but communities around here that have basically the same purposes that we've expressed would include Amesbury, Georgetown, Groveland, Merrimack, Newburyport, which has an ordinance, Rowley, and Newbury is working to expand, as a proposal to expand its wetlands protection bylaw, which was focused on Plum Island and coastal, to include the kinds of provisions that we have proposed for freshwater wetlands. So, with that, hopefully the slides will explain some of the proposals. I believe you all got copies of that.
I haven't had a chance to look at it.
So this is the first one addresses the purpose. Just to add stronger protections to the wetlands and their buffers than the state provides. Recognizes resource area values and interests in addition to those that the Wetlands Protection Act recognizes, which include recreation and agriculture. Codifies policies that the Commission has developed over the years and creates a single document that will outline all of the policies, including fees and fines. And we currently have a bylaw, in fact, for a long time, a bylaw that allows for fees. And we have a policy that allows for the provision of consultant fees. So if you just kind of basic wetland principle, it looks dry, it may be a wetland, it looks wet, it may not. You have to have a wetland scientist look at it, study the three parameters, the soils, the vegetation, and the hydrology. Roadside swales may or may not be wetlands or intermittent streams. We have a lot of them in town. Some of them are intermittent streams and are currently regulated under the Wetlands Protection Act. Without a bylaw, they get a 100-foot buffer zone under the act. Under the proposed bylaw, there would be no increase to that buffer zone for intermittent streams running along the road. Having wetlands does not make property unbuildable. It requires review. It's not taken. Court has held repeatedly, courts have held repeatedly, so state and federal level, that reasonable regulation is not taken. So, here are the public interests protected under the Wetlands Protection Act. Public and private water supply, groundwater supply, fisheries, wildlife habitat, land containing shellfish, prevention of pollution and storm damage, control of floods. We include all of those and add agriculture, recreation, rare species habitat, and additional control of erosion and sedimentation. These are the areas that are already subject to protection or jurisdiction under the Wetlands Protection Act. Take a look at them. I don't think we need to recite them. But they do include a buffer zone extending out 100 feet from the bank, freshwater wetland, coastal wetland, beach, stream, tidal, flat, marsh, and swamp. In the riverfront area extends 200 feet. The resource area from the median or high water line of any river or perennial stream. which means flowing year round. So what the bylaw would be to increase the buffer zone around intermittent streams to 200 feet, with the exception of the intermittent streams that run along waterways, where they remain at the state mandated 100 foot.
I do want to add on this one. I've shared it with a couple of the people who submitted comments over the weekend regarding the bylaw. The most current draft bylaw is what's been sent to everyone and is what's posted on the website at our last Conservation Commission meeting on the 7th. We did discuss in the jurisdiction section on the first page, it was slightly ambiguous if the intent was to include a 200-foot riverfront resource area around the intermittent streams that don't follow roadways, or if the intent was to increase the buffer from 100 feet to a buffer of 200 feet. And that was clarified. The intent here is not to create a resource area, which is treated differently under the Wetlands Protection Act than a buffer zone. The intent is to increase the buffer zone from 100 feet to 200 feet. So I do want to just point that out for clarity. If you review the draft bylaw after this, you might find that conflicting. We are just working on updating that draft and then getting that uploaded everywhere and sharing it with everyone.
Okay, so why do we want to do these protections? Because the vegetated buffer zones surrounding streams remove nitrogen, other pollutants. Wider buffer zones remove more nitrogen than narrower ones and also provide more habitat. The Newburyport regulations have a very good description of the importance of buffer zones. And then the EPA, there's an EPA study that finds the percentages of renewable efficiencies in different widths of buffer zones. And in terms of intermittent streams, while they may flow only seasonally or even most of the year, it's important that pollutants aren't being washed from them into other water bodies or other wetland resource areas during times of high water runoff. So here's a diagram that shows the buffer zones around intermittent streams under both the Wetlands Protection Act and under the proposed bylaw. And so you see that you've got your intermittent stream up there, so it's increased from 100 to 200 feet. And along the roadway, it remains in the same 100-foot buffer. Vernal pools would also get nice protection. The Wetlands Protection Act doesn't have what they call a buffer zone, but it has we call a vernal pool habitat of 100 feet around the pool if the vernal pool is in another resource area. So you're not expanding any zone of protection under the Wetlands Protection Act. The proposed bylaw will have a 100-foot buffer zone around all vernal pools. And vernal pools are breeding habitat for a vernal pool is something that doesn't support fish. It supports the amphibians, reptiles, insect species. Spotted salamander, which is in West Newbury, relies on vernal pools for breeding habitat. And they tend to come back to the same vernal pool each year, have a lifespan of up to 20 years, but they are threatened because of the loss of vernal pools and the alteration of the surrounding habitat. Because they move out of the vernal pool, but they stay in the adjacent area of the upland, so that the area surrounding the pool is an important part of providing for a vernal pool to actually function to support the amphibian life.
What is the current count in this Newbury of suspected versus confirmed vernal pools?
I don't think we have any actual count of suspected vernal pools.
I can get that for you from the Mass Mapper application. I'm able to sort on that and see the certified vernal pools, and then what's listed as potential vernal pools, which were found by an aerial survey done by the state in the early 2000s.
but they haven't had the work done by a engineer or a wildlife biologist to confirm that they do actually function as vernal pools. So I can get those numbers for you.
Yeah, I looked when we were doing the open space and recreation plan. I used, it was all over at that time, but. So
Yeah,
just
it
wanted
changed
to
over.
update, yeah.
Yeah.
That might be helpful so people know, you know, really what impacts.
And the vernal pools do not include the depressions in the lawn. Yes. So here is a visual of the difference in the scope of the terms under the Wetlands Protection Act, which you've got is only an area within an existing wetland resource area. And you've got 100-foot buffer from the wetlands there. For under the bylaw, you would have a 100-foot buffer for vernal pool habitat buffer that would extend all the way around the vernal pool outside the edge of the delineated wetland. Another change is the issue of isolated wetlands. The Wetlands Protection Act protects isolated land subject to flooding, but under those limited circumstances. And the bylaw would protect any isolated wetland. And like vernal pools, isolated wetlands provide habitat. They provide groundwater recharge and flood control. And they provide increased retention of nutrients and pollutants. And a number of communities around here have bylaws that do protect isolated wetlands. Georgetown, Groveland, Hamilton, Rowley, Amesbury, Haverhill, Merrimack, Newburyport, Andover. So it's not a one-off decision. And here again is a visual showing the expanded scope of protection for isolated wetlands. Under the Wetlands Protection Act, there is no protection. Smaller isolated wetlands. Another change would be to protect ponds of any size rather than ponds with a surface area of at least 2,000 square feet. This would also help with our climate issues because small ponds sequester carbon at rates greater than almost all other global ecosystems because of their high number. Ponds have greater biodiversity than other habitats. A lot of species depend on them, including bats, birds and small mammals, and deer. You get a larger and more diverse aquatic plant populations in small ponds than in large ponds, and there is some recent evidence that small ponds may be more effective at capturing and storing carbon than large ponds and lakes. So we are proposing an increase in the water notification to provide people who live near areas that are going to be subject to any kind of development to an opportunity, great opportunity to learn that these projects have been proposed and to come in and make whatever comments they feel are relevant. Also requires notifying planning board, board of health and building inspector when projects are going to be proposed. So for their input as well, so increased coordination between boards and committees. Projects that are jurisdictional under both the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw will be able to our existing state forms, so long as the information required for review under both the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw is included. There will be open a public hearing that will address both the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw. So there will not be two separate hearings. There will not be a hearing under the Wetlands Protection Act and separate hearings under the bylaw. We will issue one document that addresses both the state and bylaw requirements. And for projects that are not jurisdictional under the state, we may either use the DEP forms or their own.
I'll add on that one, that is something that is very common for communities with bylaws. They have an administrative form that they use in-house. It's a very short and sweet 1 to 2 page application. Where's the project location? What are you planning to do? Do you have suspected wetlands on your property? So that isn't necessarily as cumbersome as, say, the RDA filing process now or the notice of intent filing process, but it would give an opportunity for the commission to review this work.
Okay, the bylaw would also provide a mechanism for fines. We cannot, Conservation Commission cannot issue fines under the Wetlands Protection Act. But citing people who are violating the bylaw would provide an incentive for compliance, perhaps. Any forms would comply with state laws and regulations. And there is still an option for a criminal complaint if you have an individual who simply refuses to comply with either the Wetlands Protection Act or the proposed bylaw. And the ability to issue fines is included in the stormwater bylaw, the CPA bylaw, and the public water supply bylaw that we already have.
Among others, I've done additional research since then, and there are other bylaws and regulations recognized by the town that do also allow for finding the harbor regulations as an additional one, as a short list.
The bylaw also provides for the commission to hire consultants for technical review of projects at the applicant's expense. That's allowed by state law. And we already have a policy that permits that, but this would put everything in a single place and is consistent with the planning board regulations as well.
We would also update our existing policy for the technical review under the bylaw. Right now, it's only for review under the Wetlands Protection Act, so that would be an additional update on this policy.
Is there any ability for an applicant to appeal the choice of the consultant? It doesn't appear to be.
No, and that is consistent with the policy that the planning board has adopted as well, and that's the policy that's kind of outlined by the state under this law. So that's currently what the Conservation Commission has adopted for their policy. I believe the appeals can be based on a conflict of interest and then a lack of education in the subject matter that the commission is asking the consultant to review on. Yeah. So, and that again, it's the same exact language that the planning board uses, and it's what was proposed by the state.
I mean, all things allow appeals. I don't understand how it could be no appeal.
It's not that there's no appeal, it's that it can only, as Michelle said, it's only based on either lack of qualifications or conflict of interest. So it's the same as that's the statute that's cited.
I mean, if you're setting a fee, and I mean, you're setting a fee for consultants, and you don't get to, if you have a fee for filing a document, you don't get to say, I want to appeal that fee requirement.
Out of curiosity, in your example, what would you be
Well, someone
proposing?
might have a personal vendetta against an applicant.
Well, that'd be a conflict of interest. That would be someone would assert.
Not a actual conflict of interest, just a personal conflict.
Well, that is a conflict
And I think that could be argued in front of the select board.
Excellent.
As I think I said earlier, we've already adopted a bylaw to charge fees. And that fee schedule is posted on the town website. And so there is no change.
Well, I want to get into this in a minute, but just sort of, I'll go to this specific thing. So, a very small item, someone wants to, in what I don't call intermittent streams, what I call drainage ditches along the roads. Someone wants to remove poison ivy right next to their driveway. Or they want to move their mailbox support has rotted and they want to dig a new hole to put their mailbox in a different hole. So by this bylaw, with the expanded definition of what an intermittent stream is, as opposed to being a drainage ditch, then someone is going to have to pay, say a $200 fee just to have their mailbox moved. That's just ridiculous.
The bylaw does not change the definition of an intermittent stream.
Yes, it does. It greatly expands it.
What it expands is the buffer zone to an intermittent stream. It does not expand the definition of an intermittent stream.
So I can give a few examples. So many of, whether you want to call it roadside swells or drainage ditches, do come to the Conservation Commission already delineated as an intermittent stream or a wetland before the Conservation Commission has even reviewed the project. Two very recent examples of that would be the parking area for the River Road Reservation. That was delineated as an intermittent stream before the Conservation Commission even reviewed the project by the wetland scientists that delineated the area. Another example would be over on Ash Street. I believe it's 34 Ash Street. That is also delineated as an intermittent stream, and it was delineated as one before it was in front of the Conservation Commission for review.
But essentially, who's making these definitions? Because other towns have catch basins and sewers, or they have curbs and a curved road. West Newbury, for the most part, doesn't have that, and it has very impermeable soils. Runoff from roads, which are often 6 or 8 feet higher than the swale, the depth of the swale, the water just goes there and doesn't absorb because of the clay nature of West Newbury soils. Those would not be streams, as they're termed, if the road wasn't there. The road has created those artificial, they're not streams, they're just where the water from the property or from the road, it pools there and can't get absorbed, but they're artificially created by the presence of the road.
But they exist now as intermittent streams under the Wetlands Protection Bylaw regulations.
So I've spent a lot of time going around the town and looking at people's properties, and there's literally hundreds of lots, hundreds of homes that border a road with a deep swale where this time of year there's water. This is really wet winter and there's a lot of water, and you can see that. So they're in the first 100 feet from the road where they now have a garden, or they have a lawn, or they want to move their mailbox, or they say they want to put salt on their driveway. Well, that would certainly, if you call it a stream, that would affect their ability to put salt on their driveway in the winter.
Those first 100 feet of an intermittent stream are currently regulated under the Wetlands Protection
But
Act.
they're not streams.
So I think maybe some clarity on that.
But wait a second, I have to finish. This is taking away the property rights of hundreds of homeowners in the town. If they have a 2-acre lot and the first 100 feet with 200 feet of frontage, that's 20,000 square feet. 25% of their property is now useless.
No, David, it is not, because the regulations do not remove your ability to use that 100 feet or to do things within that 100 feet. It simply requires that there be some review of what you propose to do to determine whether or not what you are proposing to do is going to be detrimental to the wetlands.
$200 a minimum for an ANRAD. If someone wants to cut some bushes in their front yard.
That's not what you would file an ANRAD for. So in your examples, you cited removing poison ivy and you cited replacing a rotted out mailbox posting. Those activities can come in under an RDA filing, and right now the fee for that is $100. I can find it on here for just 2 seconds. Determinations. Right there. So those activities are already regulated under the Wetlands Protection Act. There is no provisions for destruction of a nuisance vegetation like poison ivy to remove that requirement. If those areas are being delineated as intermittent streams, again, that's not a matter of opinion from the Conservation Commission. It's a matter of field observation and study from a wetland scientist. So it would have to have predominantly wetlands vegetation in the swale. It would have to connect hydrologically.
So they would have to pay for that.
They would have to pay for that, and then the fee would be $100 to have that activity reviewed at the Conservation Commission meeting.
So we're
But they
talking
have-
like
they have-
$500.
They have to do that now under the Wetlands Protection Act.
There's no change. So both of
There's
those
no
activities I mentioned earlier with the areas that were delineated as intermittent streams, they're completing as proposed. So the parking lot for River Road Reservation, it's completed. It's already there. You can park on it. The intermittent stream crossing for 34 Ash Street, that's already installed. They've already installed the culvert. They've installed the riprap base for the driveway over that, and they're proceeding to build their single family home on their lot. So nothing was taken. It's just making sure that that driveway didn't go in and fill that intermittent stream and disrupt the habitat that exists there, and it exists downstream from where that driveway is. Likewise at the River Road Reservation location. So it's not a no, it's making sure that the habitat isn't impacted negatively by the
I know, but
activity.
this is really not inconvenient is a bad word, but taking away people's property rights on something that is not a stream. It's not a natural phenomenon. It's artificially created by the presence of the road or the driveway or whatever is already there.
But it is defined by the state as a stream.
I think maybe another way to look at it as well is a lot of the roads, it seems, as laid out in West Newbury, and I'll admit I'm not from the area historically. I was not here when many of the roads were built, and I'm going to assume that a lot of the roads probably predate the Wetlands Protection Act. Those intermittent streams, drainage swales, whatever you want to call it, the running water that runs alongside the roads, sometimes it's piped underneath the roads through a culvert, likely existed as intermittent streams before those roads got in. So the roads have effectively kind of altered an existing resource area, but just because you put the road in doesn't change that resource area. Now all of a sudden it's not an intermittent stream. And I think that's where the basis of these delineations coming back or intermittent streams are coming from. You're looking at the hydrology, it connects, it empties out into another water body. It has the vegetation present. It's not a willy-nilly, there's water alongside the road, it's an intermittent stream.
Has there ever been mapping of the town of the roadside swales that would be defined as streams?
No, because that would require hiring a wetlands professional to determine whether or not each area has the hydrology that's required.
So if somebody has their mailbox post runs and they replace it, do they have to assume that, and there's a swale, they have to assume they have to file just to replace a mailbox post? Do they have to assume that they have to file a which
It's a request for determination of applicability, an RDA.
Yeah.
I'm happy to answer this, Judy, unless you want this one.
Go ahead.
I would say right now, they typically call the conservation agent, and we kind of work together to make that determination if it's something that needs to get brought to the Conservation Commission or not. I often consult with Judy on those items. You know, and then it's kind of on the applicant. The applicant could decide to try to have the area delineated to prove it's not an intermittent stream, but I would say that is almost more work and more expense than to assume with the Conservation Commission's judgment that it is an intermittent stream and proceed with the RDA filing.
I don't recall the commission ever saying you couldn't replace. No.
But it would cost the resident another $100. I guess it.
Well, the commission also has the ability to waive fees.
Yeah.
And I believe we have waived fees in the past for minor projects.
What if somebody had several invasive trees, say Norway maples growing, you know, on the road, near the road, you know, within 100 feet of the road, and they wanted to remove those trees because they were an invasive species. Would they need to get an RDA to do that?
If you are altering,
Destruction of vegetation.
altering vegetation requires a fine.
So I think this is a really good example of the Wetlands Protection Act being enacted in 1970 and now having updated research and just kind of awareness of ecosystems and plant functions and things like that. There are no provisions in any part of the regulations or the act to exempt removal of invasive species. The act looks at destruction of vegetation, period, as a regulated activity. And that, again, that's under the state law currently, not an expansion through the proposed bylaw.
And what if somebody chose to plant something within 100 feet?
But the minor activity, very minor activity.
If it's a
If
native,
it's not turf.
it's not turf and it's a native plant that's currently exempted as needing a filing under the Wetlands Protection Act. So, yeah.
I would if you sit in the front, this mic here it will pick you up in the front row, but I don't know further back.
So
Thanks.
Gerald Decker, Two-Story Lane. So actually, definitely kudos to the Conservation Commission. That is vital. But I did have a question, because in the Wetlands Protection Act, there were things that were allowed in the buffer zone. And that included the planting of native species of trees and shrubs and ground covers. So those were removed from the bylaw.
Removed as exemptions, not as precluded activities. Feeling was that we wanted just to be able to review these activities to make sure that the people may have different views of what constitutes an invasive species or what constitutes a native species.
But they still were reviewed because, I mean, you still have to go and get permission. You would still need to talk to the conservation agent. But then under the way it was in the Wetlands Protection Act, you didn't have to then pay some money to do an RDA or whatever it is.
Well, you wouldn't have to pay money here either with the bylaw.
I think that would be an example of kind of an item that come in under that administrative form that I was discussing. So it wouldn't be an RDA, it would likely be a simple process, you know, the 1 or 2 page form And that way we have a record, right? Like, we spoke, or you spoke with the Conservation Commission, we approved this area for these plantings. So if things get really weird and all of a sudden an acre of trees along the river is cut down, or there's all kinds of planting of privet or barberry for privacy, you know, we have a document to kind of start with and be like, look, like this native plants, no tree cutting. Now we have something to kind of fall back on.
So there wouldn't be a fee, it's just that you would do a file.
It's a review.
It's a review. Okay. So you would, okay, because there were a number in here that I thought were good.
Right, I think they're good projects too, it's just that, given that you're talking about individual views of what constitutes each of those items, it would be helpful to have some consistency in what constitutes native species.
And I guess the other piece I wondered is specifically looking at bittersweet in the buffer zone. If that, you know, could be added as something that you could go and talk and have a review to be able to cut bittersweet off the trees. So, you know, specifically thinking that that's pretty common, it'd be hard to misidentify. I'd like to do more, like, that would be tough. But that one.
Would caution that, again, the state law doesn't make any exemptions for invasive species. It looks at destruction of vegetation. And it is explicit that a bylaw can't be less stringent than the state laws. So Judy, we'll look into it, we can discuss it further, but I wouldn't want you to feel disappointed that it was just dismissed if it couldn't be done that way.
So given that these fees are from 2010, is there a plan to update them? Right, you know, increase.
We have actually not discussed any increase in fees.
The slide we'd skipped over, did we miss anything? No, it was, okay, I was saying it was just this. Yeah.
The last two, I just have a reference slide if you were interested in reading any of the.
Yeah, let's read these aloud.
Yeah. Short and concise with very accessible language, but in your own free time, if you'd like to glance over them, that is the information on them. That's why I didn't include it as reading material.
Nice job on the presentation.
Thank you. If you want to just go to the last slide in case anyone it just has my contact information. So in case anyone. In the turtle, I figured we could have one fluffy piece of this bylaw presentation.
I wouldn't call it turtle fluffy, I'm sorry.
Come on.
Landing turtle.
A landing turtle, nonetheless. Yes, depends on vernal pools.
That's cute.
So we will address the comments that we received in writing and we'll provide to accept this copy. Do you have any other questions that you want us to address?
I don't have anything else at this point.
Okay, I think probably the most inflammatory sentence to me is under section 10, section K. Section K states alter includes incremental activities which may or may have a cumulative adverse impact on the resource areas protected by this bylaw. So incremental activities are not defined. They could be someone's opinion. They're not based on any established science. So in other words, the Conservation Commission feels that doing this, whatever an incremental activity is, which could be, it's so vaguely defined. So basically this, the way I read this is essentially this gives the Conservation Commission free rein to decide anything done in a restricted area can be prohibited. That's the way.
If you look at the term, the alter includes the following activities. So these are the listed activities.
Right, and they're enormous.
It's page 41 of your packet. I've got it up on the screen here. Or actually, the definitions are earlier, but what Archie had mentioned is page 41.
But K is K basically makes alter into just about anything that you want.
Now, it's talking about the activities that are described above and saying that the incremental activities, if you have small ones that you are adding up, that you will have an adverse impact on the resource area.
I can offer an
And
example
again,
if you're interested. So one example, and it's one that DEP and the Mass Waterways program and the US Army Corps of Engineer, they're all involved in reviewing docks and moorings depending on their location. So an example of an incremental activity is you have, I don't know, 20 residences along a pond or a great pond, a lake, and they all want docks. It's 20 docks. So installing one dock, 2 docks, it's not going to greatly impact this resource area with the blocking of vegetation, things like that, the attaching of land underwater. This is jurisdictional area under the Wetlands Protection Act. So they look at that as an incremental activity because the more small activities you have adding in these docks, the bigger impact you have to the lake, where one dock isn't a huge impact. And then so they offer suggestions to avoid that. For this specific example, it would be maybe property owners doing a shared dock or a community dock being installed. And I do have an example of that in Merrimack right now, currently part of that conservation commission as well. I think there's 4 or 5 property owners that have gotten together to install a dock that they'll all have access to. Again, that's a super limited example, but just kind of maybe giving a little bit of reference to that incremental activity and how it becomes a bigger impact.
But that's a huge issue versus you could say that the incremental activity is something as minor as somebody using hedge clippers so that they could get into their driveway. That's a huge tunnel that anything can drive through.
Well, it has to have a cumulative adverse impact.
But how do we know what that is? That's just somebody's opinion. Like, in other words, I'll give a medical example. You could say, like, if someone smokes 3 cigarettes, that's not necessarily going they're not going to get emphysema from smoking 3 cigarettes, but no one knows what that number is. So therefore, you would have to say that, okay, 3 is bad.
That might not be the greatest example. I think the cumulative adverse effect of 3 cigarettes is if everyone in a restaurant smoked 3 cigarettes and you expose the waitress to that, much more of an increase of secondhand smoke, which is why smoking cigarettes is banned in restaurants. I think you have to look at it maybe as a bigger picture with more of a community focused impact.
Is that what I see the definition of cumulative adverse effects, is it more like the community based?
Well, I know it's based on the area itself. So if you have, it depends on the resource area you're looking at. And so it's, if you saw the definition, it's individually insignificant, but if you have clipped one bush, you have not had perhaps an adverse impact. If you have clipped all of the bushes, it's like vista pruning is limited to 10% under the state. If you clip a few branches to get a view, that's one thing. If you remove all of the trees so that your view of the river is unobstructed, then you have created a completely different impact. So it's looking at the combination of all of your activities.
Is there a way to expand that definition at all, or is that pretty much within that?
And that is the definition that's been used and approved in a number of bodies. How would you propose explaining?
I'm not proposing, I'm just saying that might address the concerns if it's not clear what that actually means. You don't want to put an example.
No, I mean, I think with any regulations, there's always, the body that is enforcing the regulations is interpreting. That's the way regulations and statutes work. Interpreted by the board.
So this is being reviewed by council right now.
Yes, yeah, we expect to have their comments back prior to your next meeting. So as soon as we get them, I'll send them to you guys as well.
I also apologize for my comments. I made literally a month earlier, and I texted them to Angus and to you, Michelle, but it didn't, and I did it twice. For some reason, the server did not like my comment.
Yeah.
It went, you know, when you send an email and it bounces back, it never bounced back. And Angus even saw my.
Yeah, he sent me the screenshot. It was in his sent mail. It was in neither of our inboxes. It was in neither of our junk mails. It was in neither, it was the weirdest thing. And it made us very nervous because left us wondering how many other emails might just never appear.
You had one more question about emergency work.
Okay, yes.
And I just want, actually the Wetlands Protection Act regulations suggest that you need to notify before you do any emergency work. But the bylaws in Georgetown, Newburyport, Kingsbury, and Groveland all provide for the same notice within 24 hours. It's not a question, you don't file, it's not a question of making a filing in 24 hours. It's just calling to say, hey, there's this emergency. This is what needs to be done. We had on Stewart Street.
Oh, on Stewart Street, there was a car accident. It was like literally the first day I started here. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. There was a car accident on Stewart Street. I believe a pickup truck hit a pole. And then as part of that car accident, there was a discharge of, I believe, gasoline onto the roadway. And there is an intermittent stream that passes underneath Stewart Street right at that pole. So the fire department or the police department, at the scene, they called Mass DEP. It's an environmental hazard. And Mass DEP sent out one of their contracted Soils Environmental, might have been their name. Pretty much they went out, they immediately addressed the hazard. They didn't call me and wait for me to figure out what to do. They put booms in that intermittent stream. They put padding there to absorb the oil and gasoline that was visible on the top of the water. And then they called me and they let me know what happened. Part of that is underneath the Wetlands Protection Act. If you're acting in an emergency, you can only do what's immediately necessary to abate that emergency. And you have 30 days to do that. So that is the law currently in the state of Massachusetts. Anything outside of that, you still have to file a notice of intent. You're still held to the other laws of the Commonwealth and bylaws if they're applicable. Give an example of that. I used to work in Break-It. There was a transformer that exploded on the opposite Kingsborough side of the lake. All of the material, it's kind of like an oily material, PCBs, in it, oil slipped across the lake and blew into the beach on Drake Town property. Because replacing that sand on the beach wasn't deemed an emergency to abate what had happened, they still had to come in for a notice of intent filing to do the sand replacement at that beach. But with the emergency, they were able to install booms. They were able to clean up the area in Kingsborough where that emergency was actively happening, remove the transformer itself so it wasn't still leaking. So I think that is kind of what this wants to just codify further is, hey, there is an emergency, great. Immediately do the things you need to do to abate that emergency. And then let us know that we can address how you need to continue working in the site going forward.
Well,
Most of them are.
Most emergencies are.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Yeah.
Does anybody have any further questions? Well, thanks for the presentation. And so you'll be, I guess you meet a week from now and you'll be working on addressing the comments that you've received.
Right, and also, I think in my comments, there are some further definitional changes that we want to discuss. And also working on draft regulations so that people can see exactly what is being proposed to implement.
Yeah,
further implement.
yeah, I mean, just, my thinking for myself, and having heard of, some other comments, there is a perception, some perception of this being a bit of an overreach, as it currently stands. And I'm not going to get into details, just, there are a lot of comments that you've seen that are available to you. And, I just figured I had to say that. A little concerned by some of the stuff in there, and perhaps it's minor increases in the strictness of it over the existing one act, because I'm not an expert on the Wetlands Protection Act, but I guess I'm surprised at some of the things that it controls that I would never have imagined.
Well,
were controlled.
well, these areas are, the bylaw that we are proposing is very much consistent with the bylaws in the surrounding communities as well as the NCC draft bylaw, which is what we started with. But looking at other communities, the regulation of isolated wetlands is also Georgetown, Groveland, Hamilton, Raleigh, Amesbury, Andover, Dunstable, Haverhill, Merrimack, Newbury. These are not expansions made up out of whole cloth, but they are areas that are relevant and should be protected. Isolated wetlands serve a lot of different functions, and the greatest loss of wetlands in Massachusetts and nationwide comes not from large scale fillings, but from these small incremental destruction. And so if we protect our small areas, we're going to be protecting the overall ecology and preserving the functions that the wetlands serve, which these days include climate as well as the habitats, other interesting groups. Yeah.
Rick, we do, I was just gonna point out, we do have a couple of people on who did submit comments, so I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but if there's any comment from anyone remotely in attendance, obviously.
Sure, yeah, I see, both, Nancy Cohen and John McNamara, I know they both have submitted comments. So Nancy or John, do either of you have any further comments? You're both muted, by the way. Okay.
Hi, this is Nancy. I'm not gonna turn my video on because I don't have good Wi-Fi, but I don't really have any additional comments beyond what I put in the letter. I think, I'm very supportive of a town bylaw. I've given my background in conservation, including a couple years in regulation. I think I'm taking a longer view of sometimes stronger regulations don't always lead to better compliance because it can turn people off. So I think I'm looking at it from that lens, and what's proposed, yes, more strict regulations can lead to more conservation, but in a town like West Newbury with so much wetlands, I think what's going to happen is people are just not going to apply for wetland permits, and those that do, there's such a burden on them. Those that want to comply and do the right thing, there's going to be increased burden, and it makes it very difficult to want to do good things for wetlands.
Thanks, guys. John, did you have anything you wanted to say? John? Yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. So will we get your revisions with enough time to review before our next meeting? Your next meeting is
2 weeks.
Hope so.
Great, okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good night.
We popped off for a second.
I know it's not next on the agenda, but I do know we've got Wayne here. And Wayne, I don't know if you're in it for the long haul or not, or if I just want to try to be respectful of his time.
Night. Thanks. So, I think Wayne's here primarily for the Middle Street Bridge. I don't know.
And also for the article about the water building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which,
It's kind of embedded in a
we
bigger.
consolidated into the,
Oh, there he is.
oh, you're here. There he is. I was just thinking, I'll be right back. I'm gonna give you a second.
Sure. I know she was interested in that prior topic.
Oh.
No, she.
You want to talk about the articles?
Yeah, let's wait for, well, so yeah, I think in particular, the one, about the old garage. But there may be other questions on other articles. Makes you feel better. Initially, we had Whittier Tech administration scheduled to appear tonight as well. We wisely made the decision last week before we posted to push that back. It was shaping up to be a lengthy meeting. They were just as happy to have have it postponed. Nature calls.
Right. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. So the referral or the review proposed warrant articles includes one particular article regarding the water department garage.
Yeah, so it's on page 67 of your packet, and it's numbered 23. As you know, it's not article 23, it's just numbered. And in the prior packet, there was a narrative to accompany that. So you may remember that kind of enumerated what that 118,000 is comprised of, and one portion of that being the roof replacement that what's referred to as the former highway garage. So I know Archie wanted to talk a little bit about that, just make sure everyone understood the context of.
Yeah, so Wayne, just the one of the selling points of building the new garage was that the old garage next to the paid school was considered actually not just non-functional, but that it was a hazard, and that you know, the plan was to tear it down, and because it was, you know, people had considered, why don't we fix it? So, and it was just beyond, at the time, and this is going probably, I don't have the exact, I tried to find it, but I couldn't find the exact time, but I'm assuming it was like 2005 or something around there. And so it was, everyone went along with building the new highway garage, with the intent that was just, it was just gonna be torn down. And then someone had the idea, well, the water department needs to put their stuff somewhere, so let's let them have that for the moment. And that was a while ago at this point too. So I just I think I'm just playing devil's advocate as a voter. And why do we want to put good money in a building that 10 years ago everyone told us we had to tear it down? That's my question.
So I wasn't here 10 years ago, so I can't comment on the background of that. I can know for sure, I feel very confident that we definitely outgrew that space. The new highway garage is 4 times the size.
No doubt, I'm not questioning that.
So I don't even know how we even function out of that garage for the first 4 days. That could barely fit a truck each day. So all I know is we definitely could not do what we do today out of that garage up there now. And we're starting to outgrow even the garage we built right now. That's why I talked to you about the
Proposing a new garage.
I didn't want to go there.
Where do you go on back from the deck?
Jen Solis, that was a joke. That was a joke. There's no new garage.
I mean, we're starting to outgrow our space, and we bought a container back last year to start putting stuff in a container beside the building itself. I mean, the stuff that we're doing now is so equipment intense, because we're not bringing on more people, but we're bringing on different specialty type of equipment, which is great for us, and we get the resources to do that with our stuff. But you know, we're running out of space in the environment. And the things that the facility department did 10 or 15 years ago was much different than what we have now. I hope that stays for a while. So what Brian Richard credit, I mean, the work that he does, he builds furniture. I mean, he's 99% done with rebuilding the cupola on the gazebo. You're not going to find somebody to do that work. But obviously that type of work takes space and time, and you know, he needs a little carpentry shop to do that. I don't think he would have did that 10 or 15 years ago. We might have repaired it, would not have spent a month trying to rebuild that thing. So we are looking to do bigger, better stuff now than we ever have, because we have the talent to do it and the resources to do it, which means we're looking for more space. It was just a no-brainer. We went to the water department, and we have done some work in the water department for a couple of years with the fascia board. We did some window repairs. We did some roof repairs. But obviously the roof's going to be due for replacement. But overall, there's parts of that garage that are still in good shape, workable shape. We just replaced the heating system for the water department for $9 grand, so they can keep themselves warm when they're in there, because they're in there all the time. Is the building in great shape? No. But does it have 10 or 15 years left in it? I would say most likely it does. Does it have 50 years in it? No, it does not. The new garage.
What is the shape of the foundation?
The foundation is in good shape. It's relatively fine. It's cinder block and cement.
The mortar is not.
No, it looks fine. I mean, we painted it years ago, so the appearance doesn't look as good as not real. But overall, structurally sound. We have a big bay that was added on sometime in the last 20, 30 years behind the building that's attached to the building. That's in amazing shape. And that's where I guess we used to repair the trucks. And that section is in great shape. So I say out of the whole building itself, the water department has the worst condition. And then the bay that we're looking for isn't bad. And the bay behind the down below is in great shape. That was added on 20 or 30 years ago. So relatively, the building isn't great, but it's doable for what we have to do. Yeah, I mean, I bet the water department would love us to spend more time in their section. We do that over. And Mike and I have talked about, you know, steps that could improve that for money. And we got that in the capital plan too. Do some basic improvements in there too, make it feel a little bit more cleaner, crisp, maybe more brighter. Increasing, replacing the heat system. One of the things we did that earlier than waiting 3 years to do it. Make it work because we had one heat item to work.
So is it a oil burner?
It's a gas, Modi up on the ceiling of the.
Well, that is gas there. Okay.
Yeah, propane.
Yeah, propane.
Oh, is it oil?
I think it's oil.
I think it's oil.
That
No,
building
it's
has
oil.
oil.
It's oil. Because we talked about the replacement one would be electric. We try to tap electric off the side, coming up the transformer. Hopefully we could use the we did for electric charging stations. So hopefully the hard work's already done.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want, I'm not, we just have to have a good scenario that people are having.
One year that the current highway garage was built, it's gonna be 15 years.
At least 15.
It's gotta be.
At least 15.
Yeah, I would say 17.
And it's in great shape. I mean, other than the floor stuff, you know, like we specified the wrong floor, we did like a gloss finish of the concrete that never held. Gary was saying, even after a couple of years, it started to break apart on us. And it might have been oil. I don't think it was made to have vehicle hydraulic oil poured on it. It's a garage. So it might have been nice as a dance hall or something like that, but we didn't build a dance hall, we built a garage. So other than the floor peeling in that, which doesn't, at this point, just peel and float away.
Yeah.
It's a concrete floor, it's a great shape.
Right.
So will these things be itemized? It's 118,000 and change for a bunch of different things. Is that going to be broken out?
Well, I broke it out, so in this article, we broke it up to a couple of pieces there. We did a capital one and we did a non-capital one.
There was no.
And
It was, yeah, it was in a prior packet. I can see if I can.
I did see it broken out.
But in terms of how it's brought forward for vote, it's in the past, you know, there have been similar articles that have taken a number of smaller projects, no one of which meet the capital threshold, and just kind of batch them together. And one of the benefits of that is we don't, well, I think Wayne's done a terrific job with cost estimating. We don't know what the actual costs are going to be. And so having a bunch together allows that if something goes over or something goes under, that there's some flexibility in there to carry out what's listed without, you know, getting into like having, you know, the exact costs for some of these.
I mean, a great example of that is the ADA accessibility improvements. I put $10,000. If I had $16,000 left in the accounts, they all said it done, Brian and I are going gangbusters. We'll do more than $10,000 worth of improvements, but it's over a long-term period, ADA improvements. So the flexibility of able to take some of that extra money that we save, or we have an overrun, the heating system is estimated at $9,300. If I order the heating system 7 months from now, it's $10,600. I don't want to just scrap it for so it gives us some flexibility in that. But it's not fixed cost.
Yeah, so, but I just wanted, people may wonder, well, like, how much of that is the 1910?
Yeah, and it was broken up in the memo.
Yeah, it's in the memo. So a lot of that comes down to, you know, in putting the FinCom book together, you know, you can put more detail there. You know, the select board could, if it chose to, you know, say comprised of X, Y, Z, but that would start to, you know, tie the hands if something goes above or below. So it's kind of intended to have some flexibility. We also know, and, you know, that's why I put this note on here, amount and scope subject to change. Obviously, the board hasn't referred this article, hasn't recommended this article. So, you know, between now and getting to the warrant, you may say there's some portion of this that you don't support, in which case that can be backed out and the number adjusted accordingly.
In the past, when a warrant article has had a lump sum like that, have people questioned it? Like how many I don't recall.
The last one, I think there was one, maybe when you were brand new, that capped, that packaged a bunch of things under one.
Actually, there was the one that included.
Actually, yeah, that's,
the
yeah.
matching funds for the Green Communities Grant that was done here. Was included a bunch of other things. It was part of a larger DPW article for building improvements.
That's a good point, Rick. Yeah, because that was one where at some point, I think after the warrant had closed, but before the language, was finalized, it became known that there was a matching fund requirement, and so that the amount of the article was actually increased by the amount of the match. And I think tonight, hopefully 2 weeks from tonight, we'll have a much shorter agenda so that we can really go through each of the articles. You can vote your recommendations, because that's there's a lot to talk, and at that point you'll have all the backup in front of you. Now you guys have pretty much seen all the backup, although there's still new things coming in the last week and some new things that still need to be written on some of these. So yeah, before you'd be asked to vote a recommendation, you'd have all the backup in front of you.
I also have an issue with getting rid of the table.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we said we could keep the table, we're just throwing ideas out there and that saves some money.
Because we did literally rehab it like 5 years ago, and get the glass was quite expensive, and I don't know, I think we got the chairs maybe at the same time, I don't know.
Yeah, the chairs we're talking about are those chairs, not. Yeah. No, there's no proposal to get rid of the chairs you're sitting in.
I wish there was.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah, I think we should get another 20 of these.
I would. The audience sit in those.
So we've reached out to the Cable Advisory Committee because of the work that's considered for this room. About $7,400 of that is like AV type stuff, which would totally be eligible for use of PEG funds. So I've reached out to that committee to say, hey, would you be inclined to support this? Because if so, we could back $7,400 right out of that.
And the other.
Yeah, I mean, that needs to be.
I'm sorry.
Take $9,000.
Yeah. I mean, the only, and not to advocate one way or the other, but just part of the thinking on the table is when we put this screen in, we'd looked at a couple of different scenarios of how that table could fit. And to kind of, this is with the L shape, it's kind of a somewhat inefficient space. And so right now, I think, with the side seating and this seating, doesn't really optimize the layout. And we had looked at, could this table be over there? But because of the length of it, you didn't want it all the way up against the wall, because then the third board member is kind of trapped and then has to like scoot behind everyone to get out. But because of the length of it, that you would have to do that, because then it interferes with that door. So it's a very big table that basically it could be like it is, or it could be here like it used to be, but none of those it didn't feel like the way to optimize the seating in what is not that big a room. So yeah, so the thought was if there was something that was like custom fabricated for this space, it could make much better use of the space, and also have some built-in cabinet for all that equipment over there, which, no one's going to go monkey with it, but they could. And if they did, it would be a problem.
Or someone just trips over the wires.
Well, this is terrible. This is.
The only thing we're missing is a couple of 220-volt lines.
I sent Wayne the layout in Haverhill, which is encased in a single tall pillar that the person actually functions and works out of. And they lock it up at night. Things like that. So. As opposed to like mishmash of that versus what's downstairs versus all that.
But yeah, I mean, I can tell you this article, this item 23 is a bit of an a la carte. And so, you know, if there's some of that that flies and some of it that doesn't fly, you know, we'll take what we can get. I don't mean to suggest any of it's frivolous. It's just, you know, we recognize some of these are newer ideas that haven't really
Well, I mean, I think that's
gotten with it.
personally, I would agree with Archie, the table for replacement. I think what you were saying, is you see it really necessary. I don't see it really necessary. And, you know, there's a lot of.
It's just very unproportionate with the growth.
Yeah, it is.
Unproportionate. It belongs in a bigger room.
It is, and,
You know,
you know, I guess we can get a, you know, interior decorator.
which is not me. But yeah, no, that's all. It's just a big table.
And, yeah.
Get cut and 6 inches off each end.
Is there another space it could be used in?
Didn't you say, Archie, it came from
It
the
came
town
from
hall?
It
From
came
up on the stage?
The stage on the old town hall, yeah. It was pretty, you know how all those chairs were pretty dusty and all that stuff, well, this looked like, you know, Woodrow Wilson was sleeping on it. It was really decrepit, and we got it refinished, it looks, you can't believe how nice it looks compared to what it did.
We can work. We can make it work. We can do a design that works with it. Just so we're trying to get as much seating as possible, you know, as possible. And that takes just even the width. I think the width of it's too big. Yeah, it's very far.
The one objection I have is that you have this big table and you know, sort of like at Thanksgiving dinner, you got the grown-up table.
I'm fine here.
It's a bowling table.
It's like, it's kind of a funny juxtaposition.
But it's like we collected things to put in. We found that table, we found that in somebody's office. So it'd be nice to make it a little bit more neater.
And sometimes some board members or counselors have, you know, have like a, you know, kind of like your desk at, you know, you something you could put your papers in and not have it all out on there. And it's just, you know, if it was kind of designed for the purpose, this isn't what you would design. But that doesn't mean it's a huge problem to be solved. It's just a matter of, it really started with, obviously we recognize these wires, you know, can't stay, you know, kind of started with that. And then it was talked about like the kind of a cabinet for all the AV stuff. I've thought for years, like we ought to have some kind of fabricated town seal on the front of this, you know, podium here. Like most towns have that, you know, and it's just a little at a time. And then this table being kind of unwieldy, these chairs, which at least a handful of them are disgrace. I mean, they're really gross.
It's pretty awesome that the blackboard is still there from when this was a high school. That's why, this was the school.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So the blackboard's still there.
Yeah.
I think we need to go on and raise some differential.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
So then the other topic I think we had with Wayne was the bridge, yeah. Yep. It's just blurry. One of my camera's blurry. I'm trying to get it to focus on someone so it stops being blurry. I think it picked up something in the foreground. I think it picked up this. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. All right. Great. So yeah. So where are we? Yeah. Item L. Continued discussion of Middle Street Bridge. So it's the change order.
Page 94.
Okay, so, yeah, I understand that you had a conference call with the engineering firm.
We did. Yeah, so we talked about basically two things. We talked about was there a good reason to do both the, sorry, I want to find it right. Yeah, was there a good reason to do both the minor modification request and the full chapter 91? because it seemed like based on the preliminary feedback, it didn't seem promising that they would go for the minor mod. So there was that question of, is this kind of wasted money? And then the next was to better understand the basis of the overall cost and what's driving the, pretty significant cost for a project that's already been through so much permitting and engineering at this point. So yeah, Wayne, myself, and Wendy were on there with Micah on Friday via Zoom, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you want to share your?
He said he would have to get back to us. He wasn't able to answer.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I'm sorry. In terms of he gave us a spreadsheet that shows 800 hours with each labor classification, so how he came up with those costs.
Yeah.
Then in terms of the permitting, like the minor modification, there's also a question of the public hearing. From my review, it's not required for larger communities. There's some money associated with that. So
But if it turns out it's not, I mean, it's sort of laid out there on the cart, we would probably just take it off if it wasn't actually going to be necessary.
Well, yeah, they're planning on doing it though, so I just.
well, I think the one thing I heard on the minor mod was where they understand that could be, if the EP went for that, which they may well not, but would be like a 30-day process instead of potentially a full year process for the Chapter 91, which a year delay with the amount of money that's being talked about with federal infrastructure dollars and so forth could be the difference between being shovel ready when the money's available and not.
Right. So $5,400 is basically it's trivial. Trivial is not a strong enough word for what it is in the overall project. So if we miss, if this isn't shovel ready, if it isn't all ready to go, and there is federal infrastructure money available, and we don't qualify because we don't have a completed shovel ready project, it could literally cost us $3 or $4 million of federal money. And so to me, it's just a complete no-brainer. There isn't money that's coming out of West Newbury's taxes. It's money that's in a state grant. The state grant gives us latitude to apply the funds as we see appropriate. I mean, we have to provide quarterly reports, but to me, it's just a complete no-brainer that we go ahead and get the engineering, all the final permitting done, so that we truly have a shovel-ready project. And in this case, we've already spent, we spent something like $300,000 out of the grant so far.
Not quite, but we're over 200. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, we're already committed, and I just don't see it makes any sense to wait any longer.
Just irrelevant, but I'm just curious. How come? Why did this come up now? I guess that's the.
Because when DEP came out to, there was a meeting.
It was in the context of the MIPA. The MIPA filing, DEP's asked for comment, and that it was then that they asserted jurisdiction.
So we might have to do this. I'm not sure. And then they went back to the rest of the people in their group at DEP, and they concluded that in fact this did require the Chapter 91.
So the waterways people are part of DEP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't understand why BSC didn't have anything that this might be required if they've done so much Chapter 91.
I think actually.
Well, they were claiming that it hasn't been very uniform. Their responses back. So even Bridge A and Bridge B exactly looks the same. Matt DEP made them do two separate things. So that's what I was getting, Micah, is it's not always the same. It depends on who's looking at it. The engineer looking at it, his recommendations, her recommendations to them. So he was saying that it's tough for us to predict because they haven't been uniform on their responses back to us. Okay, over the time, I don't know who works on Mass DEP, different people. showing them what they're looking at? Are they learning off of a lesson that they learned last time? So next time we do this, we're gonna make it to a nice one. So I'm not sure, but you know, I think they assumed from the beginning that we were gonna stay pretty strong that this, we've done enough of these, we haven't done any yet, and this one triggered it. And they had all of it backing to say, well, we've done this last time, want to bring somewhere else, and this is stuff the information you wanted, and we didn't do it, and they still push back. And Mass DEP, they must have thought something was going on, because they had to reach out to the legal team to get the answer. They were that confident-
yeah.
They were that confident about their decision. Why, that's it, we already made our decision, take it. No, they had to convene a special meeting to talk about our town and our bridge, and about them initiating chapter 91 reviews. Oh, what's so special about this one than any other one BSC has done?
Like the fact that they have the legal team is odd, yes.
Well, my guess is the reservoir is what you're wrong. Yes, because this is not common, you know, you have a small bridge that's failed that crosses a reservoir. I mean, how often can that happen?
More than once, and it doesn't seem like we're inventing the wheel here. I mean, you know, bridges go over water through. I mean, we can't be the first one. I mean, this shouldn't, I know it's agreeing with Wendy, this is like cut and dry. If it means A, B, C, and D, then you do E, you know, you do F.
Yeah.
This one felt like, why is it so different? And that's it. I think BSC is like this, but we don't know. We made the case.
Yeah.
And we made a good enough case that they had to meet with their legal team. It's like, what's so different about our town and our bridge that makes this, you know, I can't answer that.
It was, it's all sea level rise. They realized that the reservoir is gonna be flooded and now it's gonna be a water line.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Why is this any different?
Dark humor. My daughter doesn't want that kind of joke. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't disagree with your assessment, Rick, but I mean, and it is grant money, but don't we have a responsibility to spend our grant money?
I think it's wiser. I think it's wise. I think letting this, continuing to kick this down the road,
That's
is, we've already kicked it down the road 2 meetings.
Okay, I won't approve it, I mean, I won't vote for it, because they didn't. The spreadsheet that we wrote out had 40 hours to make an application, like a 2-page application, Right, I mean, I just don't feel like he answered my questions, and as an engineer, you know, that does this kind of permitting work.
Yeah.
I just don't see it. Like, I mean, I understand the urgency to have the shovel ready and all that. But I just really object to the way it's been done.
I feel it's high, but the cost benefit potential is so much higher that I'm willing to go for it. So I agree with you. I think it's high, but losing out on something big would be 10 times worse.
Yeah.
So that's the way I feel.
I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, Wendy. You know, I don't know enough what it takes to go through this permitting process to have an opinion one way or the other. But to me, it would be the ultimate failure to not be ready, assuming that, you know, federal infrastructure money does become available, and we're led to believe that it will. It would be just a total failure on that part to not be standing there waiting to be, you know, to be first in line. We're so far along already.
So you think we should pay for both the other thing is, the minor modification is not part of the chapter 91 process.
Yeah.
So that was my question. I mean, I see there's a citation here. I haven't looked it up to see. You know, I would like to know if there's even a chance of that happening.
Yeah. Okay.
And resources of the firm.
But well, is there a way for us to move this forward with a qualification on whether or not to include the minor modification? The thing is that the minor modification is quick, and the you know, and if the minor modification goes through, then we obviously ditch everything that has, that we can beyond that.
Yeah, it's just, you know, without knowing what the process is, it's, you know, make a judgment on whether that makes sense. So, I mean, yeah, it's different.
You're saying chapter 91?
No,
Or that,
this citation for the minor modification
okay,
is 310 CMR 22 is the mass drinking water regulations, so it's something to do with. I just feel like it's something we should be.
Yeah.
What this process is, whether it makes sense.
It's 310 CMR 9, right?
No, 22.
No, it's 9.22.
Oh.
So that's maintenance, repair, and minor project modifications. This is, and they're citing, yeah, 9.05 as well. Activity subject jurisdiction. 9.22 5C.
So Wendy, I could still follow with Mike there about your questions that you had, and obviously if it's something that we could save in money, I will discuss that with you scope and a new estimate. If it's high, I will press.
Oh, 9.22.3.
The board thought the price of the cost was high, and where can we save money? Obviously, if the meeting doesn't have to take place, we save money at the meetings, and we believe that 40 hours might be too high. They can look at it again, get back to it with break.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So I got no problem.
I said that in the meeting.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, he had to
especially
come
because
back
they've
to
done
it.
all this running, and the ENF, the MEPA process, and this could have been filed jointly with no additional, you know, work, so that makes me feel like the MEPA process, it's all there, it just has to maybe put in the template for chapter 91 permitting. But so for me, it's more close. If this was our taxpayer money, I would, you know, really object. But it's still money that the town has been awarded. I think we need to make sure we get the best service.
I don't disagree with any of that, just, you know, put into context of what's on the other side. And to me, that makes this seem almost trivial.
Part of how I'm looking at it is obviously we've only got 3.5 months left on the MassWorks money.
Right.
And we have a quarterly report due in you know, 16 days and
if there's nothing to show, then.
right. And I mean, you know, our grant administrator was really clear when we spoke back in January and also back in, I think it was November, that we had that meeting with the kind of higher up, that if it's actively in permitting, that helps them rationalize potentially carrying forward the funds past this fiscal year. You know, if we, so just the fact of initiating this gives they've been really clear, there is nothing close to a guarantee they'll carry forward the funding. In fact, they've been very consistent that it's an uphill climb to carry forward the funding. But if the thing's actively in permitting, they recognize that as kind of outside the control of the municipality. And so they would be more inclined to consider an extension in those circumstances. So I think just the fact of pursuing the permit improves our argument to carry forward what is, you know, a little bit north of $700,000 of money, which we could very well lose in the matter of 3.5 months, which I think would be needless to say, I think that'd be a huge shame.
Well, could we just proceed with the notification part? Because the way this works is you fill out the notification and then the DEP comes back and tells you what you need to submit. So instead of agreeing at 35,000, can't we just have them do the first part, which we would be in the process? I mean, there's a timeline associated with it.
But we still want to get the shovel-ready projects on the, we still need to get a plan and shovel-ready. And I don't know when the money will be released from the feds, so when it is released.
Well, but this whole chapter 91,
Yep.
it's a 276-day process max.
Yes.
So it's not gonna happen.
No,
by-
but we need to get it started 3 months ago.
Right,
So
so
now
I'm
it'd be only
saying-
330 days. I mean, I'm just under 230 days, but we're still holding at 2 something because we haven't initiated it yet. I mean, we needed to initiate this 3 months ago. That's what I'm trying to say is we don't want to miss this window. Every meeting or every meeting we're talking about this, we're losing the day. Like,
Yeah,
2 weeks.
another thing they've said very, very consistently and very firmly with regard to the mass works is that a 1-year extension is an uphill climb. Anything beyond that is a non-starter. So the most they will carry forward the mass works is to the end of FY '24. So I think what Wayne's saying is exactly right. I mean,
Wait, the end of that,
the end of FY '23 is what I meant. Yeah. So it's hard to envision a scenario where we're actually expending construction dollars by the end of FY '23. So I think, you know, whatever time we lose just makes that more and more improbable.
Okay, I move that we go ahead and authorize CSC to proceed with the chapter 91 permitting work as described in the proposal. Second. Any further discussion?
I mean, it does, you know, just, it does say billing is based on work completed. So if the actual costs are less, the billing would be less.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think we are waiting to see if we're going to talk about this stormwater work routine. Any update to that? It's item.
Yeah. I mean, it's under updates, so we usually get to those last.
So when you'll.
It's already.
I will. I will. He didn't get back to it yet. Questions, so that express that, and I'll question about his hours. Dollar amounts.
Thanks.
No. What did she send?
Oh,
Yeah.
Which item was Leah?
Just the updates, just the
Stormwater working group.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we already kind of touched on that.
Okay.
We're working with MVPC to get the scope where we want it. Had a good meeting last week, I think.
Okay, the next article is presentation about dates, FY '23 operating budget.
Yeah, so as you know, Rick, at the time we posted this, we didn't know what was gonna happen because Pentucket was scheduled to meet that night, Thursday night, and then again on Friday night. So as it turns out, the approved Pentucket budget is somewhat lower than the initial assessment. So by about 200,000. So I did, they voted that formally on Friday night. Just to kind of cure, I guess, a procedural defect in Thursday's vote. So, yeah, at the time we were putting this together, we didn't know if it'd be good news or bad news or what. So I just wanted to share, this is, I just put the summary sheet into your packet, but I circulated separately the complete budget document reflecting the, reduction in the Pentucket assessment by about 200,000. And also, just so people know where to find it, the complete budget is posted to the town website. It's linked from a couple of different places. So this is the one that you guys received on Friday via the email. This is linked. There's a budget information page. It's linked from the town manager page. It's also linked from the finance committee page, budget information, FY '23. It goes to the same. So if anyone, watching from home wants to dig through, yeah. So, And what we'll do is continue to, if there's revisions that come out of the FinCom process, we post updates here. This also has the overall budget calendar and the schedule of the budget review meetings. So yeah, in a nutshell, the proposed budget, the percentages are down a little bit from what you'd seen initially. So 8.3% overall increase with town and school, and non-education being at 4.4%. So we did just earlier today get the formal assessment, which is the same numbers that you have in the spreadsheet that I included in the packet. So unless there's questions on that, that was what item was.
Angus, are the Whittier numbers final?
They are for budgeting purposes, yeah. Actually, yeah, I talked to Kara.
Because sometimes they change too.
Yeah, I talked to Kara on Thursday, Kara Cosmas, the business manager, because we had originally had them scheduled to present tonight, and we pushed that off because of the length of the agenda. And we went through, and the numbers we're carrying are the same numbers she's got. I don't think they've formally voted it yet. She said there's been some discussion about concern about the impact on some of the smaller communities, but she doesn't expect the numbers to change. Right. Yeah, she said something, and it was a little bit over my head, but she was saying something about that if they got more state funding, that it would basically proportionally benefit the larger cities in the district. So it wouldn't really net to much to the smaller communities, because it's all proportional to who's paying in what amounts. So they would have been happy to be here tonight, but given the lateness of the hour and we're only halfway through, I think it's a good choice that they're not.
Okay, so we're all set on that. The referral proposed ballot question regarding agricultural equipment excise tax to the annual. Okay. Does anybody?
No. I'll make a motion that we approve the agricultural equipment excise tax exemption. Right, yeah.
A second. I know if you remember this one, this is okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So Jim, what's your process to get that on the ballot? You have what you need?
So if the language is okay with everybody, I'm planning on just, once I have a final ballot, I'll put that together and send it off to the printer.
Great.
Which is March 30th.
You can put a little antique plow on the ballot, just like on the West Newbury Seal.
I don't have that kind of money. You don't approve a high enough budget for that
Okay, so this review.
Yeah, it basically is, and I'm not looking for any action on this, but this is, I would say like kind of a quantum leap beyond the last draft you had in terms of we're getting closer and closer to having language tightened up. It's still not been through council. It's still, very much at the draft stage, but it is much closer to warrant language than what you saw a few weeks ago. So, without spending a lot of time tonight, unless there are things you want to talk about, if you have, if you find typos, commas out of place, we're to that point of wanting to tighten it up. As I said earlier tonight, the board, 2 weeks from tonight, I think we'd be going through all of these, not necessarily acting on them all. That depends on how much time you have. But I think we're moving toward when we want to have, go through each of them and you vote your recommendations.
So just, I don't know, I'll just pull this out, maybe just to get one out of there. We have our OPEB is now now fully in the black. It's an asset asset for the both water and town side. So I would have a problem with putting money in an account that we are above.
Yeah, that's a great point,
above
Archie.
board.
Yeah.
So I think you had 15.
I put in 15 because it's the same number as last year.
I put in
That's
for 15 cents.
okay. All right. That's
Right.
Oh.
Or
Or just take it
one
off.
less thing to deal with.
Yeah, take it off.
Yeah.
If you know. Yeah, I mean, some of these do need, more attention. Others are, I think, coming right along. But yeah, that OPEB, that's a good one. If you want to either keep it on at a different amount or maybe take it off altogether. But you're right, it is showing as an asset again.
Yeah, I think we gotta just take it off.
That'd be an easy, if that's the majority position, we could.
Move it, we just take it off.
Second.
All in favor?
What about on 16, are we just gonna wait for the balance, for the dollar amount of that, for the wage study?
Yeah, that's gonna take, well, as that's gonna take the time it's gonna take really my office to propose a number with a rationale and then you guys to chew on it. That's not one we're gonna know in 2 weeks. I think in 2 weeks, we'll have a number for you to respond to and to chew on and see if you think it's the right number.
Where we are.
Number 16 on page 66 of your packet, this is on the unbudgeted personnel costs.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we got to start the conversation.
Really? You think you'll have a number in 2 weeks?
We're going to come up with an estimate or not an estimate, kind of a rationale for a number and just for you to respond to. But yeah, that's going to be, that's going to take some time. It's going to be very difficult to come up with. But we can do the best we can do. You guys can then chew on it. And then, but yeah, if we're going to get, so the final scheduled FinCom meeting is 2 weeks from tomorrow. So just the night after your meeting. So anything that you see that's still moving around, we don't have a whole lot of time unless they add an extra meeting or something, which I'm not intending to, would love to get it done within the schedule if we can. Another thing I'll just be frank with, and I should have brought this up with Wayne here because he's involved is what's shown as number 17 on the pipe statement, parking. I think that's really needed. I think it's really important, but I have the same concerns we've talked about, a couple of weeks ago on just bandwidth and ability to, it's such a high profile issue and to do it properly is going to take such an intensive effort. Now, just because the funds are approved, if there's a sunset date that's set a couple of years out, maybe that's okay. But I just don't see that like this summer with everything else that we're trying to do, including some other planning initiatives. I have some cold feet in terms of whether it's the right time, but we had this on the COVID, 2020, it pulled off because of COVID. We talked about it last year. It wasn't the right time. Now, at least we have a scope. So there's a basis to the 48,000. I don't think the scope's exactly right. It's not the first draft the consultant sent us. It's the second draft. And I think it's closer than their first draft, but it's still not really, but we're not approving a scope. We're approving a budget. And then we could go through a purchasing process, but.
Yeah, I feel like if we don't really think we're gonna spend it this year, I think we should minimize.
Yeah, so that's one. I would suggest, maybe let's hold off for tonight because I want to kind of put our best foot forward. But if that one doesn't survive the cut because of either bandwidth and not just personnel, the community as a whole, like there's only so many initiatives that you can get people's attention for. And so anyway, that's.
But doesn't it tie in with the traffic study and
It does to some extent, yeah. Yeah. So, and it also, you
I
know,
think this one is more important than the bachelor study.
I mean, I think if depending on what goes with the operating budget, and if there's some additional capacity in DPW on these projects, that's going to certainly help to help manage some of these, you know, just the number of projects we've got. Not to put you on the spot, Wendy, but on the soldiers and sailors and that, you know, I'd done like an email introduction with Lynn. Did you guys connect?
Yeah, we did.
So what, any sense of like, is she moving forward with her work?
Yeah, she, I would say she's not optimistic.
Yeah.
Given the constraints of.
The zoning. Yeah.
The existing zoning.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I raised with her was the potential of combining affordable housing, you know, with that, but I mean, you have to be like the exactly right, you know, buyer and, you know, supporter of it. But that would be an allowable use under, you know, the existing zoning.
I don't know how that would happen. Would be those, yeah.
Well, I mean, there are some combinations of, you know, historic preservation as well.
One of the challenges I've found with that kind of thing, especially with such a high profile location and a heavy subsidy location because of the cost to do it, is, you know, I think the closer people read these LIP guidelines, the more they find that they don't do what they want them to do. So for instance, let's say the community supported that idea, which is a big if, but let's just say, I have to assume that would be envisioning local veterans, you know, people who already live in town. You can't do that under the LIP guidelines. So that's where there's things like you can do it in a way that maybe that's what, but you can't guarantee that to people. So there's things that just break down the further you look at them in terms of trying to get the votes for some of these housing initiatives.
Yeah, one thing that's concerning to me is people talking about this have the perception that the commercial use is still viable. And so I mean, I've tried to say it's not allowable under the current zoning. So I don't know if there's.
Have you heard that from a bunch of people?
Yes. Yeah. They keep saying, well, what about, you know, proposal? So I don't know how to combat that, Angus, but I think people are not aware that the zoning is real. At this point. So we do have an article, right? Where is that?
Not for the zoning, but yeah, we have three articles for related to soldiers and sailors, and we put them all in sequence. Page 65 of your packet, 13, 14, and 15. And I'm recommending these for special town meeting as opposed to annual. That's obviously up to you how you want to do it, but I've noted everywhere where I would recommend it for special.
So is there something you want me to follow up with?
Well, I'd sent her, I forget if it was a note and a call and a note, but I tried to reach her twice last week just to, because I hadn't talked to her in a little while and I didn't hear back. So I know she's busy and so forth, but I just wasn't sure if you guys had connected and if she was kind of moving forward or.
Yeah, I think she felt that the zoning issue was, you know, it didn't make sense to spend a whole lot of time on it.
Yeah, that's something we need to look at more, because the whole idea of, you know, of course I mean, as you know, we lost 5 weeks between when I wanted to engage her and when we actually did. So that was not helpful either, but I don't think any of us want to go to, you know, bring something to the town meeting unless it's kind of fully thought through. And, you know, I think even if her work was, you know, this is what a historic preservation restriction could do, but it's unlikely to succeed for this, that, and the other reason. At least you have a report that people can read and understand. So yeah, reach out to her again, because I do think we need her help to put that together.
And so there's still the question of what code we
What after the funding?
of the articles that, you know, which are intended to be mutually exclusive.
That's the idea, but it's not, yeah, theoretically, so, you know, they could both pass or they could both fail. It's
I mean, it strikes me that we need to explain that, you know, prior to the first article.
Yeah.
Because you're right, I mean, that's, you know, the worst case scenario would be that they both pass, yeah.
I mean, 13 I do see as independent, but in the, that will probably be lost in the shuffle. But I do think that there's really, at this point, it doesn't seem there's any scenario where that 1.25 would be borrowed for the project that was brought forward in the fall of 2019. So I think number 13 to me is a clear, its own story, but then 14 and 15, it's, yeah, that's a trick of how do you present it as kind of an either or.
Well, so maybe if you were talking about having a public hearing or going through the articles, public information session,
yep,
that's the time to say about zoning laws.
I do have some, you know, I see, you know, I know there's a blank on what's shown as number 15 in terms of the dollar amount. I do have a number from Wayne on each piece of that, both demolition and removal as well as design costs. But I'd like to push on those a little bit more to make sure that, you know, that it's a good, reliable number.
Ballpark, where is it?
I think it was about 75 for the demo and removal. I think he said 75 to 100. And then he felt that what happened, now that I remember, he had sent me an amount that he thought it would take that you could do a really nice park on this small space. And then I responded and I said, so for design costs, what would you estimate? And I think I didn't get a response. So I think he'd given me a number based on what he thought construction would be, but that's not what I was asking. So I just need to clarify what number to use. So it would be, the idea would be, you know, to both of those, take both of those costs and combine them. But not for construction, just design.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just going back and looking at my notes from the phone conversation with Lynn, and she said she's drafting preservation guidelines.
Oh, good.
Which is not, you know, the preservation restriction, but
right, and that's
so
always, yeah.
Elevations. And she said March. She was shooting to have it ready.
Okay, I'll see if maybe she could join us at the next meeting, or if you're in touch with her before I am, that would be great. It would be good to.
Are there any questions on any of the other articles? Good. Wendy, you're up. Any discussion of affordable housing trust bylaw?
I mean, you've both
Yeah.
participated in
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
session.
okay.
Yeah, so,
That was good process. So far.
yeah. Not really substantive comments on the bylaw, just positive comments, it looks good. So it is, I think, very good comments that we're using.
Great.
So, this is your chance.
Okay. I have no comment right now.
So I guess the only thing the committee was looking, other than feedback, is in terms of public relations for the town meeting, whether you wanted the committee to assist in educating people or developing written material or whatever. So we're meeting the end of March.
Okay.
The next meeting.
Okay. So after our meeting on the 28th. Okay.
So do we, I was just gonna say, just in terms of the practicalities of things, should in terms of the voters knowing, okay, so they're gonna say, so what are you actually gonna do? I guess that, I pictured them saying that. What kind of, because it's, there's all sorts of, you know, great ideas and stuff. Okay, you know, rental subsidies, or you can go, or building de novo buildings, or, you know, there's so many, should there be like, some bullet points that show these are the things we can do, and we haven't, you know, focused them down, or because we don't have the trust yet, so that should those things be ignored, I guess? Or should they know, so that people know, well, this is what actually might, some of the things that might be, might come up. I don't know. People like specifics. They don't necessarily like, just platitudes. You know, we can do, we're gonna create affordable housing, but okay, so tell us what things you might do. Because like I've seen the slide a few times. Somehow that could be somehow incorporated, you know, the different methodologies of what actually could be done with the funds, or what the committee could do, what the trust could do. Maybe somehow if that could go with the booklet or something like that. I don't know.
Well, is that something that the committee could put together?
Yeah, so that's what we're asking, if there's any specific items that you want to add to the booklet. I mean, the focus of this is just the bylaw, so that we as the board can appoint.
Right, no, I understand that.
So that the trust would develop an action plan for how, you know, what projects, what type of projects they're gonna pursue. But, yeah,
I'm not saying to come up with an action plan, but just a little bit, so
yeah, so
people have
some of
it.
the slides we use that had bullet points.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I think, you know, the timing is really good because the housing production plan is due for renewal by the end of FY23. So, you know, coming up with an action plan for the trust kind of in sync with the housing production plan is nice, because it's the closest thing we'll have to an implementation arm for the housing production plan.
That's true, okay.
It is progress, it's definitely progress, that's good. Both the intention to lay out Sullivan's Court extension as public way and two referrals to the planning board for review.
So in your initial packet, I had included the plan sheet with the street acceptance plan, but because it's an engineering drawing, I was getting error messages with the PDF. So I just took it out. What I need to do is just print it and scan it. So it's just a static document, but you get all, when you build those. Well, no, it's worse than that. It's like there was an error reading a stream, like it corrupts your document. So I had to then create a backup and copy all but one page from the packet into this new packet. Anyhow, but Sullivan's Court extension, you know, is basically the cul-de-sac, you know, running westerly to the property line. So if you want to see the layout, I can send it to you. I didn't get it in here for that reason, but basically this is a formal, you know, procedural step to refer to the planning board, request their comment. They're scheduled to review this tomorrow night. So the timing of a referral tonight would be good. And then they'll report back to you on what they recommend for acceptance.
Okay. Move that we,
So is Wayne good with it?
Part of their process is they send comments to everyone, including Wayne and Mike Couttet and everything. So I think the answer is yes, but I don't want to get ahead of the planning board process, and he's probably not. I don't know if he's. But yeah, planning board won't recommend it for acceptance until everything's buttoned up. Leah sent me more paper on this one than haven't read it all. It's easements, there's all kinds of things.
So we just have to approve this memo? Is that-
Yeah, just, yeah, to vote your intent to lay it out and to refer it to the planning board for comment. Basically exactly what's on the agenda.
So, yeah, so move to, layout to be in touch to lay out Sullivan's Court extension, public way, and for referral to the planning board for review. Perfect. Okay, discussion, all in favor? Aye. Aye.
Thanks.
I guess we want to see what it looks like, we give you a look at the drawing, or we could just go down and look at it.
Yeah, I'll forward it to you. It's,
So they need this for the meeting tomorrow.
yeah, we'll need to print a clean copy. Are you in tomorrow, Rick? Are you gonna stop by at some point? Because if, I just want to remove draft and we didn't print a clean copy, do I? I can do it right after the meeting tonight. I just want to, or you can sign the draft one.
You should go home right after the meeting.
Yeah. So next item's the COVID protocol. Okay.
Yeah.
So we've got some comments from staff over the last couple of weeks and some more today.
So I thought this was something you were gonna decide, are you just looking?
It is, well, it had been, I think Archie had asked that it be put on the agenda, so that's why it's on.
So your thought is to continue?
My thought would be to continue. We said it was going to be to the end of June. We know there's different opinions. It doesn't bother me. I think it doesn't bother a lot of people to wear the mask, whether it's still needed or beneficial. I think it's debatable, but we do know there's some number of people who would prefer that, and I don't really see a downside. I mean, the health agent has said he doesn't recommend that we keep it. It's my sense would be, let's just stick with what we're doing for a little while longer, but.
And how would that impact the library if they choose not to, or just?
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, because as you know, we got their comments today that they'd be fine with having it mask optional.
So this policy is just for this building. I think we determined that last time, right?
Is that what?
Yeah.
That's right. Yep.
Workplaces in the town offices, 1910.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, that's right. They did their own protocol.
So what is policy now in the police and fire? Do we know?
Just.
Yeah.
I mean, I was at a meeting at the public safety hearing room a week ago tonight, and most people were not masked.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know if anyone was.
Well, increasingly you've seen that everywhere.
Yeah.
My comment to say to leave it till June is just, that's crazy. Because now we're doing something that's completely unaffected. We know that unless basically you're wearing an N95, which you are, they're not, the efficacy is almost zero. And we're probably gonna come to a situation in the future where things are gonna get bad again. And so then, in other words, now we're doing it just because we've been doing it and this inertia and some people just like it. But when we really need it, perhaps in, who knows, next October or something, then we'll have no scientific basis and no credence to tell people, well, you really have to do it now, because they'll say, well, you were making us do it in May when no one in the whole state was doing it. So just throwing that out there.
Mm-hmm.
So funny twist. I've done a lot of things without a mask in the last week when I was traveling. Not when I was actually flying, because I didn't have to, but, eating dinner out at places and stuff. And I got my first cold in over 2 hours. It's like the basic common cold is back. I forgot all about it. I forgot it even existed. So you should be happy for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my motivation is conflict avoidance, just to be frank.
I know, but we can't have the tyranny of the minority.
It's,
If people feel that the mask helps them, they can wear their own mask.
Yeah.
No one's stopping them.
Yep.
And if they're wearing N95, then, that's, pretty effective by itself. But
I've been,
there actually be added.
I've been taking a bath in people's saliva for 2 years with an N95 on and nothing. So they work.
You shouldn't do that, Archie.
But that's what I do.
I think it's a metaphor too. So, I mean, if this board felt it should go one way or the other, I'd obviously take that into account, and it would, whichever way it goes, it helps give me backing. So if you want to take a position on it, it's not binding, but I would definitely listen to what you had to say.
I think really you're the one that works with the people. I mean, you know what, I feel like you need to decide, what makes the most sense for the staff. And I mean, I assume the board will support whatever you think is the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully supportive. You decide that it's okay for them to go. I don't mean to dump it back.
Yeah, no, I know, but that is how it's written. So I think what I do, just, right now, obviously budget season, FinCom, like it's just, there's a lot of things to focus time on. I think I might, now that we've gotten some kind of last minute comments that just came in today, both from the health agent and the library, maybe I could send something out to all staff, just say, hey, these were the comments that got in, not naming names, but we got a couple that said this, we had others said that, and then set another time, like any other comments, like in the next 10 days or something. And then maybe I revisit it and make a decision at that point. It's something short of June. I just, like tomorrow morning, just like the last time we talked about, tomorrow morning, I got DPW union, I got FinCom tomorrow night. Like, I just don't want to deal with it. I got a lot of other work to do. And so it's easier to just kind of go along. But that doesn't mean it has to be that way till June. It's just a kind of a pragmatic.
Could be the quarterly review March 31st.
Yeah. Well, and just to share info of, we've got these, because we've gotten comments on both sides, which is no surprise. But, Archie, you make a really good point, especially not so much with staff, I think, but with like visitors coming in, that, we get some eye rolling of like, really still? And you play it forward 6 months, maybe it's harder to compel someone if they feel that we were just being arbitrary.
Okay, so potential referral proposed amendments to the personnel policy for future public hearing.
These are all marked draft, I put in for the 28th. That is, maybe it's better to push it back to the first meeting in April, just to not, but it depends on how, whether you think these two things are pretty routine or whether you think they're going to take a lot of time that night. But there's two proposals in front of you. One is regarding the kind of what I would describe as housekeeping for the internal hiring policy. It is substantive. It's not substantive, but it basically would make it concurrent rather than prior to. And then the other one, I think, is really just kind of catching up with the, modern era in terms of paternal leave as opposed to maternity leave. And that language is closely modeled on what's in place in some other municipalities. So personally, I don't see either one of these as particularly controversial and could probably be addressed, in 2 weeks.
Well, I think that you want to address the internal hire policy.
Very much so. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
So your question is whether it's supposed to apply to all.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I've kind of scratched my head about because not every, I mean, very often when I'm hearing about hiring a reserve police or part-time dispatcher, like that's just so routine over there. I've never told the chief he's got to, so it's just kind of something I hadn't thought of when this came up in the fall, but I think is a.
So if those are union positions, then would that be any different?
They're not. Neither reserve police and part-time dispatch are not union.
Oh, okay.
And as you know, there was a question that came up pretty recently with regard to water and what policy that they need to follow. It's not something we need to address tonight. It's just something I think there's always the fine print in these.
Well, if it's concurrent, is there any harm in requiring it to be posted in term, any position? Or is it just an administrative thing?
I think it's just I don't think there's any harm other than that. I honestly, so like job ads for the most part go through my office. It's my office that sends them to the paper and it's my office that posts them to the website. But job ads for like public safety, those don't go through my office. So I don't know if they advertise or if it's just word of mouth or if they have like a standing bulletin and some public safety listserv. I honestly don't know how they advertise.
Yeah, it's interesting that Jeff seems to be pretty effective with finding new officers.
Yeah.
And, I'm guessing there's a public safety forum for jobs.
But no, I think other than the whole pre-posting thing, I think that, one positive that's come out of this policy is we have been, we've made it much more visible when there is a job posted. So I think that's been a plus, in terms of emailing it around to everyone, so. So I think the question tonight is every change exactly perfect? It's more, is there enough here to refer it to hearing, in which case we go through the, notice process to staff and put something on for whenever it's agended. We are still working on one other on the whole qualified part-time as it relates to sick and personal, but we just haven't had time to draft that yet. If that works for you, that works for me.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, second that. All in favor? Aye.
Great, thank you.
The minutes are next. I really didn't get through it. Anybody else comments on?
Oh, just Albert.
Oh, right, yes, I didn't notice that.
Yes, throughout.
TING. Yeah.
you wanna wait?
Well, have you both read them?
Yeah, and table those, that's fine.
Yeah, right, so that Albert, under, number
Yeah,
B.
yeah, I see it.
Here's there. His
Yeah.
name is there.
Yeah, we'll do a universal search for that one. So item O is just informational. We had our stormwater bylaw approved by the AG. We are now totally caught up. All bylaws have been through the AG, so
Nothing else is missing.
that's some of the housekeeping is kept, I guess. This is just some summary slides that we included for some of the year 4 permit requirements. We had another stormwater work group meeting last week, and you know, we got a good core of people doing good work, but there's a lot to it. And then item P, I know I sent around the draft a couple of weeks ago. That is still, it's up. You can go look at it. This is the MyRec, but we haven't like formally pushed it out. Even though it is, you can go there and you can use it. You can pay. It's all set up, but we're still kind of going through with test registrations and trying to make sure we've worked out any bugs before we.
Should we go to try to register ourselves?
Yeah, you could. You go pay $1 and just. But one thing I'll just do a quick glimpse, and this is a great thing for another topic or another night when we have more time. But this is going to be a total game changer when it comes to like facility rentals,
right?
Because you can, you know, this is all custom to info that we've put in, and you don't get into the real detail until you start clicking through, which I could sign and show that. I'll do it at a different night, but basically everything's exactly how we specify it. Obviously the fee structure, but also like the blocks of time. Are you renting it for a day or for 30-minute increments or space in between? All of that can be totally customized. The special requirements, whether that's insurance or whether that's, you know, you need a 1-day liquor license if you need, you know, if you're having beer or wine, all of that is fully built in. So it kind of walks through, you know, walks the applicant through all of that.
Yeah, so at what point, at what time do you want to revisit frequency of events in facilities?
Right. In terms of, you mean more than one in a day?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's a very powerful system. And yeah, on a different night when we have time, I want to walk you through it because it's really cool. But it's not the time now. But one thing that we absolutely need to change before we push it out as live is it still has me as the general inquiries email. So what we've done, which is kind of cool, is we've had Jake's there. He's going to set up a facilities and rec at wnewbury.org. We went through a lot of different iterations of this, as we didn't want to make it seem like we have a recreation department. We don't. So this was something that was nice and inclusive and but concise. So it's going to be facilities and rec at wnewbury.org, and that's going to be loaded on 3 different workstations so that we can kind of tag team coverage, because some of the requests are going to be facilities, some are rec, some might be, you know, field use rentals. But yeah, basically you can create an account and then you can kind of tool around. But there's a whole back end to this, which is where you really see how much there is to it and how powerful it is. Yeah, we did, you know, a nice custom. All of this is, you know,
really cool too.
Yeah, the background with the.
Like
Oh yeah.
Behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah, we've been just in the last 2 weeks. I think we did 5 different trainings on this. And I myself had been on an extra 2 trainings before that. So we've spent quite a lot of time getting this built out. And the normal time frame that MyRec gives is 6 to 8 weeks. And we're sitting here at, you know, I think we're at 4 weeks. And a week ago we were almost there. So we've really, really pushed it. So it's going to be pretty exciting once we kind of push it out there, because the goal is obviously to get as many of the registrations through this system as possible.
Nice job on this. I mean, this is gonna be, it's gonna be kind of a game changer in terms of time and effort.
It really should. Yeah, there's a learning curve, but once, I think that, whether the summer rec, I mean, when they saw that, like, once everyone's in here, you can do email blasts, you can do text message blasts, it's all built into the system. They were like, oh, wow. Like, they started to get that, like, okay, wow, that's really gonna, like what Jim was saying, on the admin side, they can print out rosters, they can print out sign-up sheets, they can customize what fields they want. So if they want a roster to include everyone's emergency contact info, everyone's nut allergies, everyone's medication list, they just click a couple of boxes, hit export list. There's their registrants for the week with everything all in one place. Like, it's, the more you put into it, it really, this company, this is what they do. And they're all like municipal rec employees.
This is a really weird comment, but is there something that, I don't know, is there somebody that say, can it, because we're not dealing with people on people, is there some way that, I don't know, somebody that, for example, in the summer rec program had been a discipline problem in the past, and they said, we're not even gonna let you come back again, just like that. Can this thing do something like that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's comments that you can put that only show up on the administration side and not on the public side. Yeah, I didn't.
I wasn't trying to be negative. It just dawned on me that,
Yeah, I mean, I won't do it. It's too late. But if I log in, it doesn't have the same like click to log in. That's what I need to find.
Let's do that next meeting.
Yeah. But yeah, the administration side is fully customizable, and yeah, it's very
really like big umbrella concepts.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
someone signs up for the summer rec program, and I don't know, they're 57.
No, you can't. There's parameters. So
but it can do that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, very much so. Yeah. So like I'm a customer with the Newbury Rec, which obviously has 75 programs, not 2. And if I'm logged in as myself, it's only going to show me programs that are adult programs. If I, and my daughter's part of my account. So I click on, so right now it's, register. It's going to say, I don't have an account. I'm not logged in on this one, but it would only show things for, someone my daughter's age.
Okay.
And it's not going to let you sign up for something that's not eligible. But yeah, like the facilities, it's going to have, people are going to be able to view the calendar of like, and look, you can see Christine's, been putting in like and I'll just jump ahead to May so that you can see, annual town meetings on the calendar. No one could book that for the Camet Park. So it's going to give the customer much more visibility of what facilities are available when. Yeah, we're very excited about it.
Great.
All that work pays off.
I think it will. I really do. No, I know it will. I know it will.
So two more issues.
Yeah, I think just,
Chapter 9, FY 23, chapter 9.
yeah, that's just informational.
Where's that? There was, wasn't there an additional slug of state money for chapter 90? So what would we get? It was 221,000, something like that.
Yeah, 213.
213. And is that substantially more than
It's a little bit more, but it's also.
I thought that there was Additional, good size spot.
Was that the cherry sheet? No, that's not the.
No. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't strike me as much more than,
Yeah, okay, all right.
but I don't know that. If Stephanie was on, she could pull up all the background numbers, but she and Jenny are both out in Amherst this week for the accounting boot camp that happens every year. It's a 3-day. So
How's that working out? You know, both of them gone.
that's, yep,
Jeez.
yep.
Wow.
Today, tomorrow, and Wednesday.
Caitlin and I are talking a lot more.
No, and with Jim's former assistant being down in council on aging, yeah, we're short staffed.
It's a little light this week. Dot's really pulling her weight this time.
She's a lifesaver.
Great, all right. Well, unless anybody has anything for meeting stuff, move to adjourn. All in favor? You don't want any discussion? All in favor?
There's no discussion on adjournment.